Face scrub time. Okay, I don't call it the sweet and salty face scrub. I call it a face mud because the scrub was very abrasive. So I made it more like mud. So it like just melt into your skin. See how it's melting into your skin? Yeah, I love how that feels. Yes. Just rub it on and exfoliate gently. You can get it close to your eyes. Make sure you don't have any dark circles. Just gently exfoliate. So I used sugar, which exfoliates gently, salt, which clears up the fine bumps and rashes, coffee, which also exfoliates while waking up the skin to caffeine, drawing more blood to the surface. And then I added my other four favorite ingredients, which are collagen peptides, retinol, vitamin C, and hyaluronic acid. You just take a warm towel and then wash it off. Oh, and I can't forget, I added God's gift to melanin, turmeric, so we can even that melanin, child. And just wipe that off, and you are good to go. Evenmelanin.com.
Okay. Well, I got a lot going on tonight. Okay, let's get everything started. All right. Hello. Okay, we're going to attempt this Kamala Harris again. Okay, as some of you may know, I had some technical difficulties last time. But I think I got everything worked out, and we're going to give this a go. Let's see. Okay, so let's get started. Hi, McLean Jr. Hi, E. Spears. We're going to get started because this is going to be a barn burner, okay? So the title of tonight is Kamala Harris. Hold on, let me look at the exact title. Kamala Harris, from slick Willie to top cop to senator to lineage. Okay? And we're going to get started with the articles because there's a lot of them. Okay? We're going to just talk about her background, some of the things that she's done and has not done. Okay? Hi, Great Desire. Let's get started. Oh, why does it look like it is going slow? Okay, all right. That was just a second. Okay, we're back to. Okay, so let's get into it. All right, the first article. Actually, let me see. Oh no, where is my notes? Uh-oh. No. Here we go. This is what I'm looking for. Got it. Okay. So I wanted to kind of start off with a video from Kwame Brown. Hi, David Jackson. Hi, Yvonne7039. Hi, Great Desire. Hi, Candy Lewis. Thank you for joining us. We're going to do this again, and it's going to be better this time. Yes, it is. We're speaking that. Okay, so I wanted to start with a video from Judge Joe Brown, right? So let me get that pulled up. Come on, mouse. Where are you? Oh, I have the wrong mouse. That's why. Okay, that's why. Okay, wrong mouse. Okay. So, let's start with Judge Joe Brown. Here he is.
The Brown boys.
Okay, so we're gonna go straight to where he's. We're gonna start off with her history, and how Judge Joe Brown remembers her. Okay, so let me cue this up here. Okay, I'm gonna leave it right there. So okay.
So your audio is getting distorted. There's a little bit of delay in your.
Yeah, they always do this one.
Yeah, I don't know what's going
They
on, but
always do this. I can tell you, they always do this. We're on if I start talking about the Come Queen. All right?
Can you guys hear?
Now, this helper gets out there and say, baby, if you're nice, I'm going to do page 27 in the middle of the Kama Sutra with you. And then we'll go to 53 at the top and follow up with page 112 at the bottom. And I don't have any problem with anybody sleeping around. Get your freak on. That's your business. But when you have sex for business or profit, money, you a hoe. I represented all to know what they are like. And she stepped her way to the top. The LA Times detailed it often enough. She was with Willie Brown, and when she's in her 20s as a law student, what does she do? She gets hired through Willie Brown to work for this medical firm, contracts with the city of San Francisco. This is 30-some years ago, so the amount of money would be greatly increased in today's dollars, but she was getting $72,000 a year for working a 15-hour part-time job that the newspaper said was a fraud because she never showed up. She'd spend the time with Mayor Brown. Now, he got her a promotion to 20 hours a week, and she wouldn't show up, but she was getting paid $120,000 a year for that. And he bought her a 750 BMW. Now, he made the connections to get her into politics. Now, the LA Times and the San Francisco Chronicle and some other stuff, they carried these articles back when about how she wanted to get on with this big firm. They wouldn't get her, so she started sleeping with one of their clients, an NBA player. Then she wanted to get on with the DA's office, so she had an affair with the assistant director. Then she got in through Montel Williams to get into the Hollywood scene. She came Brown. She came here to meet a friend of mine who was a lady judge. Got told off by Kamala Harris because the lady judge went up to speak to Mayor Brown, and Kamala, apparently, according to the report, jumped in. That's my man, get away from him. And the judge said he ain't my type. But anyway, this has been going on. So she's sort of done the casting couch to get up. Now, I know from Hollywood there are a lot of women and these guys that did the casting couch, since it tends to be girl on girl, boy on boy now. And the thing of it is if you have talent and hold off on that, you'll get there. With whatever you do, you can make your own breaks, but if you try to do the casting couch, you get typecast, and everybody knows you're a piece of ass, so that's how you get treated. And also, there's another thing, you tend to rise quickly, but your limits hit you. Now, looking at Kamala, you see her say stuff like, today is going to be tomorrow, so tomorrow is today, so that's why we have today. Like what the hell did you just say? Well, I talked to some doctors, and they tell me that's a sign of early onset dementia. Now, she's 60 years old, and at my age, I know there are people that are 90, 100 that are sharp, and I've also witnessed some people that I've known for years who late 50s, early 60s started going senile. They started suffering from dementia. Some of them had Alzheimer's that developed. And that circular word salad thing she's doing illustrates early onset dementia, which, considering her age, would indicate a worse situation than decrepit Biden, buzzard bait, who's ready to die and baits the buzzards to come down and feed on the carcass. So she doesn't really have what it takes because she has no experience administering things. She's been a casting couch figurehead. She didn't run the DA's office. in San Francisco, though she interjected herself often. She didn't run the Attorney General's office for California. She just did political intervention. And then she got sponsored to be senator. Now, how she got there in California is she's not a parent. She has no children.
Okay. Okay. So I see your comment, Greatest Desire. She says it's hard to take any information from him seriously when he's calling her heifers and whores. Just talk about the facts. It's disgusting. Well, when you start learning her history, which Judge Joe Brown is fully aware of, she is a bunch of heifers and whores. That is why he's calling her those names, because he does not call all women that. And I think that's something that we have to understand. I've heard Judge Joe, I have not heard him talk about all women in that manner. He talks about certain women in that manner. And the way Kamala Harris's history is, which we're about to break down right now, by the time we finish, I'm sure you will be calling her all kinds of heifers and whores, okay? Hi, Harlem 212. Let's see who's in here. Okay, I said hi to everybody already. Okay, great. Okay, back to normal. All right. Okay, so let's start with the first article. Let me get it pulled up. Okay. The first article goes, how Kamala Harris's affair with a much older Democrat kingpin catapulted her career, and his prophetic warning about her future prospects in the White House. And don't worry, guys, I'm going to include links to all of these articles in case you need to straighten people out about her history and who she is. I want this to be readily available for the family, which is why I took my time and put this together to do this, okay? Okay. So let's get started. So the other day, she had her rally in Atlanta where she brought out Meg Thee Stallion. And all of us were like, why would she do that? And I think it's because she has a history of being all over the place. I was trying to figure out a nice way to put it, of being all over the place, right? So let's get started on what I mean by that, okay? So let me pull it up here. So we have pictures here of her and Willie Brown. Some of them aren't coming out. That's terrible. I'm going to have to show you those. Thank goodness I printed them. Okay. Oh, good. They're coming out now. Great. Okay, so let's show the pictures. Okay. Okay, so this is Willie Brown. Okay. So I think it's after this one we're going to get started. Yeah. Okay. Throughout her career, the vice president has been repeatedly forced to deny that her relationship with Joe... Of course. Hold on 1 second. Let me just charge these speakers. And hopefully it will shut up. Because I don't need that going off right now. You know, when you try to get everything ready. And of course, these speakers want to start talking. Okay. Throughout her career, the vice president has been repeatedly forced to deny that her relationship with Brown, 31 years her senior, was a defining step in her political career. The fling fizzled years ago, but in the years since, Harris has struggled to shirk her association with Brown. Oh my gosh, I'm looking at paper and the computer at the same time. her association with Brown, whom she later described as an albatross hanging around her neck. While their relationship has often been described as an affair, Brown was separated from his wife Blanche Vitero for more than a decade when he and Harris 59 dated in the 90s. Okay, but however, all three of them used to go to parties together, and we're gonna go through that as well. I just read a comment there and it stuck me for a little bit. We're gonna keep going and then I'll address that. Okay. Here we go. Brown wrote, "Yes, we dated. It was more than 20 years ago. And I certainly helped with her first race for district attorney in San Francisco. I've also helped with the careers of House Speaker Nancy Pelosi, Governor Gavin Newsom, Senator Dianne Feinstein, and a host of other politicians." Harris' relationship with Brown, which ended in 1995, was not a secret. Okay? On December 26, 1995, San Francisco Chronicle reported Herb Cain wrote in his daily column that the couple had split. Adding the news came as a shock to many, including those who found Kamala Harris attractive, intelligent, and charming. Brown served as San Francisco's first black mayor from 1996 to 2004. Okay? When they met around 1993, Brown, a noted lawyer and civil rights attorney, was the Speaker of California Assembly and regarded as one of the state's most influential legislators. He turned 60 while Harris was 29. Brown was notorious for his love of Jaguar sports cars, flashy designer suits, a look he dubbed as bold conservatives, despite his liberal leanings, and for being named one of the world's 10 sexiest men by Playgirl magazine. Bill Clinton once dubbed him as the real slick Willie, okay? The measure of his flamboyance is he'll go to a party with his wife on one arm and his girlfriend on the other arm. James Richardson, a reporter for the Sacramento Bee, told People magazine in 1996. Harris, was regarded as a diligent and able prosecutor on the way up at the Alameda County District Attorney's Office, where she had worked for the previous 3 years. As well as gifting his young squeeze a BMW car, the relationship reaped even more tangible benefits when Brown handed Harris 2 influential positions. Assembly Speaker Willie Brown continued his rush to hand out patronage jobs while he retains his powerful post, has given high-paying appointments to his former law associate and a former Alameda County prosecutor who is Brown's frequent companion, the Los Angeles Times noted in 1994. Okay? Brown, exercising his power even as his speakership nears an end, remember, this article was written in 2000. Oh, no, not 2020. It was, when was this article written? This article was written in, I think it was, that's not the original date of this article. But they don't have the original date on here. I'll see if I can roll up. But the original article that was taken from was 1994. Okay, so we're going to do a comprehensive timeline. Okay, I'm going to go through, somebody was asking, why am I not going through her policies? Well, she doesn't really have any policies listed on her website. That's number one. So number two, what we're going to do is we're going to go through her past. What has she done? What did she actually accomplish? What did she do? But we're going to start at the beginning, how she got her start in politics. And then at the end, we're going to finish off with her lineage. Okay, so we're going to go right on through this. Okay. Yes. Brown, exercising his power even as his speakership nears an end, named Kamala Harris as California's Medical Assistance Commission, a job that pays $72,000 a year. Harris, a former deputy district attorney in Alameda County, was described by several people at the Capitol as Brown's girlfriend. Brown also appointed Harris to the state's Unemployment Insurance Appeals Board, a lucrative position worth a further $97,000 a year. according to the same article. Despite being dumped by Brown, Harris continued to enjoy his support when she ran for office herself, getting elected as San Francisco's first black district attorney in 2004. Really quick, I just wanted to cut into this article by reading a little piece of another. Where is it? Oh man, it'll come up. I don't know where I put it, but it'll come up. So just remember that she got dumped by Willie Brown. Okay. But we're gonna read that part again. Despite being dumped by Brown, Harris continued to enjoy his support when she ran for office herself, getting elected as San Francisco's first black district attorney in 2004. Okay. In a 2003 interview during her campaign for San Francisco Attorney General, Harris told San Francisco Weekly that she refused to design my campaign around criticizing Willie Brown for the sake of appearing to be independent, when I have no doubt that I am independent of him, and that he would probably right now express some fright about the fact that he cannot control me. Okay. She said, his career is over and I will be alive and kicking for the next 40 years. I do not owe him a thing. Okay. Brown and his legal wife, Vitero, never divorced, despite Brown having gone on to have a baby with his chief fundraiser, Carolyn Carpenetti. That's who he dumped her for, a white lady. This is her right here. Yeah, he had a baby with her. So, I'm going to go back to the beginning. So, when she had Meg Thee Stallion up on stage, that's not far from her past personality and the things that she's done to get to that stage. How protected by him. It's not far. That's why she's okay with twerking and all this kind of stuff, because her lifestyle is just as crazy. And I'm just going to leave it at crazy. Okay? Let's see. I wanted to get into this next one. Hold on. Let me bring this one up. Child, I had to use all kinds of different browsers and whatnot. So I got to flip around. There's one thing, go to the next. All right, so let's see. Okay, Kamala Harris launched political career with a $120,000 patronage job from boyfriend Willie Brown. Okay, this article was written in June 1st, 2019 in the Washington Examiner, okay, by Alana Goodman. All right. And we're just going to skip down because there's so many articles. I cannot read all of them and everything, but we're going to skip down. Hi, Kim from... Okay, hold on one moment. Harris has no medical background, according to a copy of her resume that she submitted to Brown at the time. Her experience consisted of 4 years as a deputy prosecutor and a handful of summer jobs and internships, and a volunteer position at a hospital fundraising group. Okay. According to state records at the time, members of the committee had been selected from persons with experience in management of hospital services, risk management, insurance or prepaid health programs, the delivery of health services, the management of county health systems, and a representative of recipients of service. Okay. Brown's decision to appoint Harris raised eyebrows in political circles. Both boards are reserved for political payback or occasionally for personal awards or personal service. Personal service, honey, said Brett Garnlund, a former California Republican state assemblymen who worked closely with the commission while Harris was on the board. The boards are considered plum appointments as they require no work, no policy credentials, and are paid the equivalent of a full-time state senator for arriving at a 1 or 2 hour meeting each month. Okay? Brown's decision to appoint Harris raised eyebrows in political circles. Both boards are reserved for political payback. Oh, we read this one. Okay, I'm sorry. Because I'm going from paper to, because some of my highlights on my laptop did not want to highlight, so I now have to look back at the paper, at the computer. Okay, so we did that right here. So right, here we go. Garland said the appointment seemed brazen at the time because of the relationship between Harris and Brown. Screwing the speaker has its rewards, he said. Okay, we're going to read that again. Garland said the appointment seemed brazen at the time because of the relationship between Harris and Brown. Screwing the speaker has its rewards, he said. This is why Judge Joe Brown was calling her all kinds of heifers and hoes. Screwing the speaker has its rewards, he said. Stevie Wonder could have seen through that play. Okay? However, we're going to skip down some more. The breakup reportedly happened shortly after Brown met 32-year-old San Francisco Carolyn Carpenetti, a woman with whom he would later have a daughter. While the two were dating, Carpenetti was paid $2.3 million. She got more than Kamala. She got paid $2.33 million for campaign work from a network of nonprofit groups and committees run by Brown and his associates, according to the San Francisco Chronicle. Okay? All right. So we're going to get into this next one. Hold on. I got to flip back and forth to the other browser. Okay. Now, Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff could be a history-making president and first gentleman. Here's a timeline of their relationship. Hi, Ambush My Gang. Hi, Jean. Hi, Sean. Hi, Rashim. Hi, I am Travis. Hi, International Schmorg. All right. So let's get started. Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff could be a history-making president and first gentleman. Here's the timeline of their relationship. Okay, we're not going to read this whole article, but I'm going to just read a couple of things that I thought was interesting, okay? One, Kamala Harris and Doug Emhoff met on a blind date. Keep that in mind. Blind date. Married on August 12th, 2014. Emhoff said meeting Harris was love at first sight. She called Emhoff the love of my life. Okay? So I just want you to keep that in mind. I'm not even going to get to the next part yet because I want to play a little bit more of Judge Joe Brown right here. I just want to play this part right here. Here we go. Let me get it together here. I'm going to play a little bit more of Judge Joe Brown. Here he is.
The Brown boys.
Okay, hold on.
The Brown boys. The Brown boys.
Okay, it's starting from where it want to start. Hold on, but it's okay. Because I got it written down. Okay. Okay, we're going to go straight to this part right here. Let me cue it up. Right here. Okay.
ADOS or whatever. And this woman has absolutely no connection to the black man in America. Now, she's AKA, but so was my mother. My mother, for the AKAs out there, got made 1934. She's an ivy behind the wall. So I can talk. I don't have anything against her. Love mom, like dad. Proud of him. But anyway, she is going through this stuff claiming that because she's an AKA, this makes her a black woman, and she's the first black the vice president of the United States and likely candidate for president of the United States. No, that's a lie. The Alphas, A5A, they had Hubert Humphrey, big 6'4" tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy, balding, who got made with a lot of wood back in the late 30s as an undergrad, and then again as a grad student in the late 40s, and he was vice president of the United States under Lyndon Johnson and Democratic candidate for president, Tricky Dick, not a crook, Milhouse Nick. So you get this. It's a lie, and they're trying to do something with black women that I recognize from having extensively studied propaganda a long time ago, UCLA and STIS. People look up and if you
hold on, Judge. You gotta check your audio. They're doing something with your audio. Your audio is getting distorted. There's a little bit of delay in your.
Yeah, they always do this one.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
Always do this. I can tell you, they always do this.
Okay, so he talked about her being an AKA and the significance of that. Okay, so I just want you to keep that in mind. Okay. International Smorg said Kamala's rabbit hole is deep. Some call the Queen of Arbor. So apparently her mom is a scientist for making. I'm not sure about that, so I don't want to speak on that. But I'm not sure about that one. I'll look into it though. Okay, so let me get back because I don't want to get distracted. Okay, so now keep in mind, because we haven't gotten to her parents yet. We still on her right here and how she got into the political. So right now we are talking about her being with Doug. Okay? They met on a blind date. Okay? He didn't already told you. Hold on, let me see if I did I play that part? Yeah. So he talked about how she basically used to be a high-priced call girl. And, that sounds far-fetched for a lot of people until you start, putting things together. Like, for instance, the fact that he said that they're saying that she met this husband on a blind date. That is very interesting to me. That, Judge O'Brown is saying that she did call girl work and he met her on a blind date, which is technically what, happens when you meet a call girl. So I'm just saying. So let's get into who he is a little bit, okay? Doug Emhoff, an entertainment lawyer, has been married before to film producer Kirsten Emhoff, and we're going to talk about that because the article came out today. That I was like, I got to insert this. Okay, the couple shares 2 children, Cole and Ella, and divorced after 16 years of marriage. We're going to hear why. Okay, then we're going to scroll down. It says the two were set up on a blind date by Harris's friend, Chrisette Hoodling, who met Emhoff through work. Okay. Right. Yeah. There's nothing else from this article. Now I want to go to an article on the griot. And the reason why I picked the griot for this article because I wanted to pick something that was Democratic leaning. So, it, you know, because for this particular article, because it is sensitive. Oh my goodness, don't tell me this whole time. Oh my gosh. I want to get into this article because it is sensitive, okay? Okay. So, okay. Okay, because I didn't have that one printed. Sorority advisor and 6 others indicted in HBCU prostitution ring. Okay, Alicia Johnson, who was the subject of an investigation on allegations of sex trafficking, was indicted in a scandal which officials believed involved potential members of the AKA sorority. Okay, this article was written in 2019. More than half a dozen people could be facing jail time due to an alleged prostitution ring scandal at Fort Valley University in Georgia, linked to a graduate advisor for the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority, who is believed to have involved women who were joining the organization. According to the Atlanta Journal-Constitution, Alicia Jeanette Johnson, 49, was indicted last Friday on charges of prostitution and pimping. 6 men who were allegedly involved in sex trafficking are also facing charges as well. Police believe that Johnson, aka graduate advisor, served as a leader in the prostitution ring. During that time, she served as an executive to the president of Fort Valley State University. She allegedly performed sex acts in exchange for money herself, and then conspired to help provide sexual services to prominent men in the area. So we already heard what JoJo Brown was saying. She was with the head of one company. Then she was with an NBA player. She was with Montel Jordan. And he said that those things were being set up for her for financial gain. Okay? She allegedly performed sex acts in exchange for money herself and conspired to help provide. And I'm not saying all AKAs do that. Please don't take that, because I'm sure I know some AKAs that are nice. I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I'm sure I do. And so I'm not trying to talk about all AKAs, but it is interesting that Judge Joe Brown said that about her, and I remember this article. She allegedly performed sex acts in exchange for money herself and conspired to help provide sexual services to prominent men in the area just south of Atlanta. The story originally broke last April, and it was discovered that a group of female students seeking money to pay their membership fees to join a sorority were recruited into sex work by Johnson as a source of income. Johnson had been an employee at the school since 2004 and earned approximately $64,000 annual at the time of her resignation in April 2018. Okay? Now, I just wanted to skip down to this part. The 6 men allegedly associated with her scheme were identified as Ernest Harvey, 47, Kenneth Howard, 56, Ryan Jenkins, 35, Charles Jones, 56, Arthur James Nance Jr., 46, Devontae Little, 26. They were also indicted on 1 count each of solicitation of sodomy. In the wake of the indictment, I'm going to skip down, AKA leaders withdrew the Fort Valley State University's chapter privileges pending the outcome of the investigation. It is unclear what Johnson's status will be with the sorority as a result of the changes. I think that's interesting that they were unclear of what to do with her after that. I find that interesting. Okay, so we're going to close this. We're going to make these easier on myself. Okay, we're going to close this one too. All right, so now the next one. Oh, before that, yeah, this is the article that came out today. Okay, before we get to that, Kamala Harris's husband, Doug Emhoff, cheated on first wife with nanny and got her pregnant. This article came out today. Hiya, dear. Okay. Vice President Kamala Harris' husband, Doug Emhoff, allegedly cheated on his first wife with the family nanny and got her pregnant. So, you know, birds of a feather get married, baby. Okay? Allegedly cheated on his first wife with the family nanny and got her pregnant, according to the bombshell reported on Saturday. The second gentleman reportedly strayed from then-wife Kirsten over a decade and a half ago with a blonde nanny. Okay, that gives you a certain in your head, right? Wait till you see these blondes. Najee Naylor, who taught a private school attended by two of their kids. Naylor did not keep the baby, a close friend with direct knowledge of the affair and pregnancy told Daily Mail. It's unclear exactly what the friend meant. Naylor didn't deny the affair or the pregnancy when approached by the outlets at her Hamptons home. She said, "I'm kind of freaked out right now." Naylor could not immediately be reached for additional comment on Saturday. And this is what she looks like. That's Naylor. Okay. The news is reportedly causing concern in Harris's camp, despite recent polls showing former President Donald Trump's battleground state advantage appears to have been evaporated since the Veep became the presumptuous Democratic presidential nominee. And I'm calling BS on that. So before we even get to that, hold on one second. Where is that? There it is, right here. Oh, come on. So this is from the Washington Post, okay? Trump is leading Harris in 5 of 7 battleground states. So they sitting there acting like Kamala Harris is doing so great. That's not the case. She is still losing, just like how because there's so much, because we're not the type of people to be watching Fox News all the time, but because we are the news that is like in regular rotation, or you're kind of seeing on your timeline or whatever, is left leaning, they are really hyping it up like Kamala Harris is doing so well, and she's not. And it makes sense because she wasn't doing well before. That she lost. She is already a loser. No one voted for her. Hi, Lachey Hair and Wigs, got it. So she already lost already. So where's all of this support coming from? 44,000, blah 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 blah, all these thousands. Where's all this coming from? Okay, and then after this, we're gonna go deep into that too. So the news is reportedly blah blah blah. Emhoff, 59, and his movie producer ex-wife, so she was moving in those circles. Remember, Judge Joe Brown said that, Montel Jordan had her moving and shaking in them circles. His movie producer ex-wife divorced in 2009 after she apparently discovered the affair, sources told the outlet. They have a son, Cole, 29, and a daughter, Ella, 25, a model and a fashion designer. The couple had irreconcilable differences in their divorce papers, records show. Messages left with the Harris camp were not immediately returned. Saturday, Kirsten Emhoff, 57, could not be immediately reached. Okay, and I think that's all for that one. I just threw that in there because I saw that article today, and I was like, this is juicy. Okay. All right, so let's get to some more of her actual record. Once she was elected, once Willie Brown got her elected, okay, or ran for her. This is actually the start of her campaign here. Okay, come on. I'm waiting on it to load. I don't even know. Okay, Lisa's giving me the circle. 1 second, y'all. Okay, so I'm recording this also live on YouTube. Well, not live on YouTube, but I'm recording this to upload it to YouTube. So that's why you'll be able to see, read the article along with me, see the pictures and all that kind of stuff. Okay? All right, good. Okay, so we got the article up. The next one is Harris defeats Hallinan after bitter campaign. So this article was written December 10th, 2003. Okay. Like, again, we're not going to read the whole article. We're just going to read portions of it because it's a lot. But I will attach all the links so you guys can, you know, show people, like, this is why we don't like her. Okay. Kamala Harris, who told San Francisco voters she was a progressive who could bring professionalism and competence to the job of prosecuting the city's criminals, resoundingly defeated two-term district attorney Terrence Hallinan in Tuesday's runoff election. Now, I want you to pay attention to what her campaign slogan was. A progressive who could bring professionalism and competence to the job of prosecuting the city's criminals. She never said that she was, well, I'm saying this here particular thing. This is where she's actually being honest about what she was going to do. She was up, and let's get deeper into the article. Harris, a deputy city attorney who spent 2 years as a prosecutor in Hallinan's office, defeated her former boss 56 to 44%. Okay, let's go down. I know we did the right thing, he said. I know we've shown that day after day in this country, you can have a different approach to law enforcement, that you cannot lock everyone up and throw away the key. So this is her opponent. Harris, who worked under Hallinan from 1998 to 2000 and took a leave from her job as deputy city attorney to run against him, prevailed after an acrimonious election battle, which her ethics and Hallinan's competence became the major issues. Listen to that word, competence. Competence at what exactly? Competence in putting people in jail. Okay? Harris criticized Hallinan during the campaign for being overly political and for posting one of the lowest conviction rates in the state, okay? But Hallinan answered by pointing out that the violent crime rate in San Francisco had dropped sharply during his tenure. So he wasn't prosecuting as many people, but the violent crime rates were down, which is what you want. The objective is not to put people in jail, but she's treating it like the objective is to put people in jail. This is Kamala Harris. These are the Democrats, y'all. Hallinan also pointed out that Harris had violated a voluntary campaign spending cap after promising to abide by it. He also painted Harris as indebted to her one-time boyfriend and political sponsor, San Francisco Mayor Willie Brown. She called the charge ridiculous and promised, if elected, to start a public integrity unit that would focus on city government corruption. Keep that in mind. Okay, because you're going to see later on that she lied out the side of her neck. Okay, in the past two runoff elections for district attorney in San Francisco in 1995 and 1999, Hallinan narrowly defeated defense attorney Bill Fazio, a relatively conservative candidate. Hallinan finished first in last month's general election, but Harris nosed into second place past Fazio to make the runoff. That presented Hallinan with a difficult challenge in his bid for third term, because he and Harris share a progressive approach to prosecuting criminals, supposedly. Both candidates supported medical marijuana, okay, opposed the death penalty, and said juvenile subjects should be steered away from adult courts, but in all but most serious cases. As a result, the runoff was framed not around ideology, but around Hallinan's performance as America's most progressive district attorney. Hi, Shay Mack. Okay, so let's head to the next one. Because we're going to go through her record. We're going to go straight on through. So that was the election. We're going to talk about her, what she promised. That's what she promised. Okay? Let's just have a little recap of what she promised. She promised that she would, this is the only thing she will do. She promised to bring professionalism and competence to the job of prosecuting the city's criminals. Okay? And then she also said that she was for medical marijuana. Okay, and then she also said that there has to be a progressive approach to prosecuting criminals, and she didn't want to lock up children. Okay, let's see what she actually did when she became. So this article is called "San Francisco DA's Program Trains Illegal Immigrants for Jobs That They Couldn't Legally Hold." Okay. The assault on Amanda Kiefer at dusk in San Francisco's posh Pacific Heights was extraordinary for its cruelty. A stranger later identified Alexander Izzy snatched her purse and hopped into an SUV, police say. The driver sped forward to run Kiefer down. Terrified, she leaped on the hood and saw Izzy and the driver laughing. The driver slammed on the brakes, propelling Kiefer to the pavement. Her skull fractured. Blood oozed from her ear. Only after the July 2008 attack did Kiefer learn of the criminal's political ramification. Izzy, police told her, was an illegal immigrant who had pleaded guilty 4 months earlier to a drug felony for selling cocaine in the seedy Tenderloin area. Okay, he had avoided prison. This is an illegal immigrant who should have been what do you call it when you send him home? I'm drawing a blank right now. Deported. He not only was he not sent to jail, he was also not deported. And then let's take a look at what else did she do for him. He had avoided prison when he was handpicked for a jobs program run by San Francisco District Attorney Kamala Harris, a now candidate for California's top law enforcement post. In fact, so this is after while she was district attorney, about to run for attorney general. In fact, Harris's office had been allowing Izzy and other illegal immigrants to stay out of prison by training them for jobs that they could not legally hold because they're freaking illegal. Hi, country. Okay? The program, Back on Track, is a centerpiece of Harris's campaign for state attorney general. So she's sitting here. Let me keep going, then I'll get into that. Until questioned by the Times about Izzy's case, Harris, a Democrat, had never publicly acknowledged that the program included illegal immigrants. She just ain't tell nobody. Because you know why? Because she framed it like she was helping black people. But you see who she's helping. How is that any different from what's happening right now with her flooding the border? They acting like, oh, she failed at the border. And I say she succeeded in what she planned to do. Because she's been doing it since she was a district attorney in San Francisco. It wasn't a failure for her. She did exactly what she wanted to do. This was the plan. The program Back on Track is the centerpiece of Harris's campaign for state attorney general. Until questioned by the Times about Izzy's case, Harris, a Democrat, had never publicly acknowledged that the program included illegal immigrants. Interviews last week, she and her office offered inconsistent explanations when asked about it. Okay? Izzy's trial this fall for the Kiefer attack. His arrest forced him out of the program and into jail. Will put Harris in the middle of the controversy over San Francisco's lax policies towards illegal immigrants. Sounds a lot like New York. The city has a history of shielding some illegal immigrants, criminals, from deportation. The assault, and this is what I'm saying. And keep in mind that this person was caught selling crack or selling cocaine, which is something that if you're black, you tend to get a ridiculous time for. And we're going to read about some of the time that she's given out. The city has a history of shielding some illegal immigrant criminals from deportation. The assault on Kiefer occurred just a month after a triple homicide in San Francisco that put Mayor Gavin Newsom, at the time, Gavin Newsom was just mayor. And now he's the governor. And now she's running for president. She ain't running. They just put her in the spot. They didn't even ask us nothing. They didn't have no Democratic a vote or nothing. At least nothing. They just was like, oh, this is what it's going to be. You happy with it? These are the Democrats, y'all. And they sitting there talking about how they taking Democratic, that the Republicans going to take away Democratic freedoms. Did we have Democratic freedoms to pick Kamala? We did not. Well, not me, because I don't vote. But I'm just going to say, like, okay, those of you who vote Democrat, let me ask you a question. Did you vote for Kamala? Did Kamala win any election? She haven't won nothing. She didn't win the Democratic primary. There was no Democratic primary. Joe Biden won the Democratic primary. But they didn't do it again for her. The city has a history of shielding blah, blah, blah. Gavin Newsom on the spot over the city's repeated release of Edwin Ramos. Repeated release of Edwin Ramos, the illegal immigrant accused of the slayings. If they've committed crimes and they're not citizens, then why are they here? Kiefer asked. Why haven't they been deported? Harris said she first learned that the illegal immigrants were training for jobs in the Back on Track when Izzy, then 20, was arrested for the Kiefer assault and other crimes of a purse snatching spree. Iggy had been selected for the program after 2 arrests within 8 months. An alleged purse snatching preceded his arrest for selling cocaine. Because completion leads to the expungement of a felony conviction. So completion of the program. The program has a waiting list of potential entrants. Selections are made solely by the district attorney's office. Solely. Okay. So which means they know who they are letting in the program, even though she's sitting here trying to pretend like she don't know who she let in the program. She knows. It was a mistake, Harris said, to let illegal immigrants into the program. A flaw in the design. And I'm going to say once again, I don't believe it was a flaw in the design. I believe it was working just how she is. Just how she intended it to work. But when she gets caught, she lies. And you're going to see this as a repeated pattern of hers. People thinking that she is doing things unintentionally, and then she lies about the fact that it was intentional, and she just keeps moving up. And I heard the Republicans say that she was a DEI hire, and I'm gonna say it. She's not a DEI hire from the white perspective, in my opinion. She was not hired because she's black and she didn't have the right stuff. Black people gave her passes because she's not white. Because they wanted her to admit, or because they wanted to see something in her. Because she's not white and she does have some color and she has a teensy-weensy bit of melanin. Black people saw the best in her and kept giving her passes. And in that way, she is our DEI. And how far are we going to press her along? She is the kid who did not pass the test, but they just keep getting pushed along in the grades and the grades and the grades. Well, she don't pass no academic tests. Willie Brown said she was passing tests for a little while. Then he got somebody who was passing the test better. He gave her $2.3 million and a baby. Okay. Anyway, back to her record. It was a mistake, Harris said, to let illegal aliens into the program. A flaw in the design. I'm working on my Kamala Harris impression. I can kind of do it, but my New York accent is so thick, and certain words I can't cover it up, you know. So I'm gonna try though, because I think it's funny. I don't know if you agree. I think how she talks is funny anyway. Let's see, where was I? I believe we fixed it. Harris said in an interview at her office in San Francisco. So moving forward, okay, I got 28 seconds. I'm going to go and come right back. Okay, guys? When I tell you I have had all types of challenges getting this together today. So it is what it is. But we're going to keep going because I just feel like this information is really, really important. So I really want to make sure I get it to you guys. Okay. Let's see now. Where were we? Hi, amen to bless. Okay. We're going to pick up right where we left off. I believe we fixed it, Harris said in an interview at her office in San Francisco. So moving forward, it's about making sure no one enters back on track if they cannot hold legal employment. Hi, amen to bless. Hi, more or less. Okay. Harris said that after Izzy's arrest, she never asked exactly how many illegal immigrants have been included since the program began 4 years ago is not publicly known. I wonder why not. You're telling me that the people who keep track of everything did not keep track of this? Oh, that is very interesting. Harris said that after Izzy's arrest, she never asked and has never learned, because she don't want to know, how many illegal immigrants were in the program. Sharon Wu and Sharon Osley, we're going to hear that name again, the prosecutors who oversee the program, said they too never asked and have never learned the number. Hi, Yvonne. Thank you for coming back. After the interviews, Harris's spokesperson, Erica Derrick, said that the DA's office had in fact assessed who would have not been able to meet the new requirements for legal papers to obtain a job. Meaning they had looked at this. They knew exactly what it was. Then they were just sitting there lying. Okay? Like I said, a pattern which continues with Kamala Harris throughout her career. Let's see. Whatever the number, Harris said that once she realized that illegal immigrants were enrolled, she allowed those who were following the rules to finish the program and have their criminal records cleared. Now, don't forget that as a result of this, you get your records expunged. This could have been for citizens. You're not even a citizen and you're already committing crimes, and then you get your record expunged. And we'll keep reading and find out how long this program really was. How long does it take you to get your record expunged from this job program that she has? Allowed to finish the programs and their criminal records cleared. It is not the duty of local law enforcement, she said, to enforce federal immigration laws. But then you sit there and turn our cities into sanctuary cities and sanctuary city status now. Because you turn our cities into sanctuary cities where you legally put a handcuffs on ICE so they cannot come in and enforce federal immigration laws. But then you sit there and say that it's not your job to enforce it. Well, then why don't you let the people whose job it is to enforce it come in and enforce that mug? I am completely against sanctuary city status. I think that is something as people in the city, because California and New York and Chicago, we all need to be we need to campaign on that. in sanctuary city status. That's one of the things we want. Okay. Let's see. Whatever the number. My issue was more, what are we going to do? Sorry about that. My issue was more, what are we going to do to prevent this from happening in the future? She don't care about that. Some of the illegal immigrants were allowed to graduate before finishing the entire 12-month program. So it only took you 12 months to get your record expunged, and then she didn't even make them do the 12 months. She giving them almost the easiest time like Willie Brown gave her. Hi, David Jackson. She giving the illegals the same close to the deal that Willie Brown was giving her. She only had to show up for 2 meetings a month. If she did that, and she got paid, what was it, $100,000, $70,000, because it was a couple jobs. So they didn't even have to finish the 12-month program. And she was already expunging records and releasing them on the street, as normally required according to the DA's spokesperson. Hold on, I'm scribbling down. The immigration issue as it relates to Izzy's case obviously is a huge kind of pimple. This is her talking. The immigration issue as it relates to the Izzy case obviously has a huge kind of pimple on the face of this program, Harris acknowledged. An instant later, she regretted that metaphor, saying, I didn't mean to trivialize it, nor do I mean to cover it up. Yes, you do. You mean to trivialize it and cover it up. Kiefer, who packages medical devices for a living, said she left California for good, and part of the trauma of nearly being killed on her way to dinner last summer in Pacific Heights. Nearly a year later, she remains baffled that the San Francisco authorities ever let Izzy and other illegal immigrant felons back onto the street. If they're committing crimes, she said, I think there's something wrong with the fact that they're not being deported. Okay? Now, we're going to keep on going. Hi, Diamond. Hold on, let's see. Hold on, let me see. Okay. We're going to go to the next article here. This one is about the crime lab. Okay. Now listen to her crime lab. Hi, Deleon Music. The tape recorder. Oh my gosh. I had all of this highlighted and everything, and it just seems like all the highlights disappeared. Whatever. The tape recorder, and that took me so long to do. Anyway. The tape recorder started rolling as 2 police investigators sat in their car in a hospital parking lot with Deborah McFadden on February 26th. You're causing a huge nightmare for the city, said one officer. Oh, let me read this. It's called the San Francisco Police Department Crime Lab Case from A to Z. This was written April 18, 2010 by Paul Elias and Terry Collins. Okay. The tape recorder started rolling as 2 police investigators sat in their car in a hospital parking lot with Deborah Madden on February 26. You're causing a huge nightmare for the city, said one officer. Now, the 60-year-old technician and the obscure police crime lab where she worked for 29 years stand at the center of a scandal that has led to the dismissal of hundreds of criminal cases and jeopardized thousands more. Police have accused Madden of skimming cocaine evidence from the lab, but she hasn't been criminally charged in the case. Forensic experts say Madden is not the first crime lab worker suspected of stealing drugs or other illegality, said San Francisco lab joins several other cities in suffering a loss of credibility. A Houston man was awarded $5 million after spending 17 years in prison on rape charges overturned because of a discredited crime lab. Detroit shut down its crime lab in 2008 after outside auditors uncovered serious errors in the way the evidence was handled. Okay? The fallout from San Francisco's lab scandal is still unfolding, and experts say it could take years to clean up, especially if authorities fail to establish which criminal cases were compromised. You're going to skip down a little bit. In the taped interview, investigators pleaded with Madden to confess to skimming significant amount of cocaine from drugs seized during arrests. A confession, they said, would take pressure off co-workers who were also being questioned and would help bring repair to the damage. And it will take years for the people in that lab and San Francisco Police Department to make a comeback from that. Even if it's one person, Inspector Peter Walsh told Madden on tape. If it's a mistake, you just need to tell us it's a mistake. I didn't do it, she said, admitting to only snorting small amounts of cocaine spilled on her workstation. Can you imagine? An internal review turned up significant shortages of drug evidence in several cases she handled. But Madden said she was not surprised by that because weight discrepancies occurred frequently at the lab. Weight discrepancies, I'm sure. San Francisco's, hold on, we're going to scroll down a little bit. This is the problem going for paper. This is why I had all of this. But it's okay. It's okay. San Francisco's assistant district attorney Sharon Wu sent a November 19th email to Chief Assistant District Attorney Russ Gutieni complaining of Madden's behavior. Wu, who said Madden appeared to be purposely sabotaging cases by calling in sick on days she was to testify in court. San Francisco District Attorney Kamala Harris, who is vying for the Democratic nomination for State Attorney General, said she was unaware of any serious problems at the lab until just recently. The police department was tipped off to the problems at the lab on December 16th when Madden's sister notified Madden's direct supervisor that she had found a vial of cocaine on her sister's dresser. So the sister is the one, High Party Food Bar, the sister is the one who turned her in. Okay? The supervisor, Lois Woodworth, told police Madden had begun to act erratically in September of 2009. Woodworth said Madden was arriving late to work and staying alone after hours, but not claiming overtime. Woodworth also confronted Madden with evidence that she had rummaged through a colleague's evidence locker without permission. Police did not question Madden until February 26. The police chief, George Gasson, shuttered the lab on March 9th and testing was farmed out. Madden was arrested on March 3rd after investigators found 1/10 of a gram of cocaine and a gun at her house. Madden has pleaded not guilty to a felony cocaine possession charge in San Mateo County Superior Court. Okay? One person went sideways, and now that's tarnishing everybody's work, said Toners, the forensic science director at the University of California, Davis. Ideally, the next best step would be for the state to take over the lab, but I doubt that will happen, not in this current budget crisis. Now, that would have been at Mayor Newsom that they had this budget crisis. And they sitting there giving out programs to illegals. Maybe that's why they're in a budget crisis. Okay, let's keep going. We're going to keep going on her record. Judge rips Harris's office for hiding problems. Okay. There we go. Oh, hold on. Let me frame it. Why is it not moving? Hold on, the computer's going slow. What is happening here? Okay, here we go. We're back in business. Got it. Ah, she looks worried in this picture. San Francisco District Attorney Kamala Harris's office violated defendants' rights by hiding damaging information about a police drug lab technician. Let me just move this a little bit over. There we go. San Francisco District Attorney Kamala Harris' office violated defendants' rights by hiding damaging information about a police drug lab technician who was indifferent to demands that it account for its failings. As a judge cleared, oh my goodness, that was way off. Let's start over. San Francisco District Attorney Kamala Harris's office violated defendants' rights by hiding damaging information about a police drug lab technician and was indifferent to demands that it account for its failings, a judge declared on Thursday. Now, this article was written, let's see, May 21st, 2010. Okay. So this is while she was district attorney. Superior Court Judge Anne Christine Masulo stopped short of granting a request by more than 40 defendants that their cases be dismissed because of prosecutorial misconduct. Okay? Prosecutorial misconduct. This is Kamala Harris saying that decision must be left up to the judges hearing their cases. But in a scathing ruling, oh my goodness, why is it moving over a little bit more? I feel like when I move it over, that's not making it better. Hold on. Let me make it a little smaller then. There we go. But in a scathing ruling, the judge concluded that prosecutors had failed to fulfill their constitutional duty to tell defense attorneys about problems surrounding Deborah Madden, the now retired technician at the heart of the cocaine skimming scandal that led police to shut down the drug analysis section of their crime lab. Okay. Okay, David, I'll see you later. Watch it on YouTube. Madden was convicted of misdemeanor domestic violence in 2008, which should have been reported to defense lawyers. Last fall, Harris's lead drug prosecutor complains about Madden's unreliability in a memo to her bosses, information that was so wrongly kept from the defense, the judge found. Police have admitted they erred in not telling prosecutors about Madden's conviction, and Harris's office has acknowledged that it relied on police to volunteer such information without checking on her criminal record. See, that sounds good, right? But if she was found guilty, wouldn't she have been prosecuted by Kamala Harris's office? So to act like, and you guys wouldn't know who you're prosecuting? That you're not making no sense. You're not making any sense at all, Miss Harris. Masula, oh, let's see. Yeah, police have, yes, I wrote that part, okay. Wu, remember I told you that name was going to come up again. Wu wrote that the crime lab officials believed that Madden was unhappy in her job and was intentionally sabotaging the drug analysis unit. None of that, however, was conveyed to the defense attorneys in the cases which Madden had analyzed drug evidence. She said Harris's office had the duty to implement some sort of procedure to secure and produce information relevant to Madden's criminal history. But Masulo said her repeated requests that prosecutors explain why they did not have such procedures were met with a level of indifference. Okay, we're going to skip down a little bit more. Masulo was incessant that prosecutors get busy on disclosing witnesses' past. Your office needs to comply, she told Wu in court. You are responsible for figuring out how to do it. So Wu is the same person who was in charge of the, what did she call it? The back to whatever, the program that was letting illegals out on the street that have felonies. Okay? So that's the same person that she's talking to. So now we have her. Let's just do a short recap. Judge Joe Brown mentioned that she kind of basically slept her way to the top by getting with Willie Brown. Okay, he gave her plum positions. He helped her get elected. She said that she was her main objective was to prosecute, to get her and when you're a prosecutor, it's it's in terms of how many cases you win. So you get one on the board, you knock it off, you get another one on the board. So it is clear that she's about wins. She's not about justice. But when she's running, she tells everybody that she's about justice, when in actuality she's only about winning. So now we're going to go to the next article. Like I said, this is going to be jam-packed with information tonight, because I definitely want, when we say we don't Kamala Harris, I want us to stand on business on why we don't want Kamala Harris. Like, I don't want to just be like, oh, I have a feeling. No. I want you to be able to cite cases and reasons on why you are not with Kamala Harris. Okay? So you will find all of these links in the description. Okay, hold on. We got one that's taking a little while now. And I'm purposely closing things. Okay, give me a minute. Okay, guys, so I had told everybody before that I am recording for YouTube right now. So you'll be able to see all the articles and everything on YouTube. Come on. Right now this article is just like not loading. Okay, now it's loading. Ah, thank goodness. Okay. Los Angeles Times, man behind bars 2 years after judge orders release. This is in the Los Angeles Times. This was written August 21st, 2012. Okay? Daniel Larson was in California prison serving. I'm reading pretty much this whole article. I just want to just make sure, because I'm trying to read on both. Yeah, I'm reading the whole article. Except for right here. Daniel Larson was in a California prison serving a life sentence when he received the news he had awaited for more than a decade. A federal court in Los Angeles has thrown out his conviction for carrying a concealed knife. So let's go back. They said he's serving a life sentence for a concealed knife. Keep that in mind. Two judges concluded that jurors who convicted Larson would never have found him guilty had they heard from additional witnesses who saw a different man with the knife. Larson's attorney, who has since been disbarred, failed to adequately investigate the case and identify the witnesses before trial, the judge found. But 2 years after he was supposed to be released, Larson remains behind bars while the California Attorney General appeals the decision. Who's that? Kamala Harris. The state's main argument: he did not file his legal paperwork seeking release on time. See, Kamala Harris is not about justice. Kamala Harris is not about fairness. Kamala Harris is about winning. And if this is reversed, that is one case off of her winning number. She told us what she wanted to do. She wanted to bring professionalism to prosecution, to make sure that she prosecute as many people as possible, put these criminals behind bars. And she has been true to what her mission was and is. Because I say her mission hasn't changed. So, California Attorney General Kamala D. Harris, whose office maintains that evidence still points to Larson's guilt, accuses him and his attorneys of filing a petition seeking his release more than 6 years after he was legally required to do so. Prosecutors question whether the judges had the authority to hear Larson's petition for release. So there's no worry about whether he's innocent or guilty. It's just you did not follow the proper bureaucratic procedure. Or she's just going to get you on a technicality because you did not follow proper bureaucratic procedure. Okay? So what's the difference between her and any kind of Republican? The standoff offers a window into what is often a defendant's last chance to have the criminal conviction overturned. Larson turned to the federal court to file a habeas corpus claim after exhausting his appeals in California state courts. In overturning Larson's conviction, the federal court found he was actually innocent under the law because it had no confidence in the outcome of the original trial. States want to make it nearly impossible for inmates to reopen their cases in federal court, which force prosecutors to retry cases in which they have already won convictions. I told you, she does not want to reverse her convictions. She wants to win. She's not concerned about justice or fairness or fighting for us. Hi, Don Gartrell. She's not interested in any of that. She is here for wins on the belt and not wins for black people, wins for the prosecutor's office. Wins and convictions, as many as possible. Low-hanging fruit, it don't matter. What they're saying is this guy had his chances. At a certain point, the music has to stop and the case just has to be closed, Weisberg said. We're afraid that lots of people who are not unjustly convicted are going to be encouraged to frame their cases as injustice of the century. But when people are innocent, should they remain in jail just because you don't want to retry the case? How about you retry it correctly in the first place? And then we already see that she will lie about evidence. She will do anything. And you just wait as we go further and see more of the things that was done under her office. What she was okay with, what she co-signed. Larson's attorneys say prosecutors are interested only in a win for a win's sake. They contend that the evidence that Larson is innocent is strong enough to overcome any need to meet legal deadlines. On Monday, Larson's supporters delivered copies of an online petitions to the Attorney General's office in downtown Los Angeles demanding the man's release. He's living in legal limbo, just waiting to be released, said his fiancée, Christine Combs. Larson's legal saga began in June of 1998 at a parking lot outside a Northridge bar. Now, listen to this. Two police officers responded to a report of a bar fight and testified that they saw Larson take a shiny metal object out of his wristband and throw it under a car. They said they searched the area and found a double-edged knife about 6 inches long. Larson's attorney, Michael Edward Consiglio, did not call any witnesses on Larson's behalf, despite his client's claims of innocence. Jurors found him guilty, and because Larson had 2 prior convictions for burglary, he qualified for a lengthy prison term under the state's 3 strikes law and was sentenced to 28 years to life. Keep that in mind when you hear the size of this knife that he supposedly had, that they thought he had. From prison, Larson contacted 9 different attorneys for help until the California Innocence Project picked up his case in 2002. After the group's legal claims were repeatedly rejected in state courts, the organization filed a last-ditch habeas corpus case in federal court in 2008. A year later, U.S. District Court Magistrate Judge Suzanne H. Siegel heard what jurors at Larson's initial trial never did. Testimony from 3 witnesses who said they saw a different man, not Larson, with the knife. Among the new witnesses was a correctional officer visiting from Tennessee who formerly served as a police chief in North Carolina, and his wife. These were his witnesses. After listening to the witness, the judge described Larson's claims as one of the extraordinary cases where the prisoner asserts his innocence and establishes that the court cannot have confidence in the contrary finding of guilt. She found that Larson's attorney failed to provide a competent defense. U.S. District Judge Christina A. Snyder agreed and ruled that Larson could be released even though his legal claims missed the federal court's deadline. The judge said Larson, who had not told his family that he was fighting the case, called with the news that he would be coming home soon. He told his brother Todd he would be counting the days to meeting his nephew and niece for the first time. Then came the Attorney General's appeal. Whose appeal? Kamala Harris's appeal. Okay? Prosecutors asked, "Hi, Afro Elite." Then came the Attorney General's appeal. Prosecutors asked that Larson remain behind bars during the appeal, saying that he was a danger to society. Snyder concluded that there was no evidence that Larson posed a public threat, but she delayed her order until the U.S. Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals resolved the legal dispute, keeping him in jail. This is Attorney General Kamala Harris. He was about 14 days from walking out the door, said one of his attorneys, Wendy Cohen, who told Larson about the appeal during a prison visit. He was tasting freedom. A 1995 Supreme Court decision said that prisoners found to be actually innocent should be released, even if they had not followed all legal technical requirements. The next year, Congress passed a new law with stringent time limits when inmates could file habeas corpus cases in federal court because it was working too well in freeing the actual innocent. But the nation's highest court has never ruled on whether those deadlines apply in cases which there is evidence of actual innocence. Appellate courts across the nation disagree on whether they do. That's also why they keep the language vague, so that judges can pretty much do what they want. But in this case, the judge was doing the right thing. The judge told Kamala Harris, a lawyer, what to do, and she decided to do what she wants to do. The Attorney General's office, and that's keep a black man in jail. The Attorney General's office in court's filing cited Congress action in arguing that Lawson missed his chance to seek federal relief. Prosecutors strongly disagreed with the federal judges, saying Larson's case did not meet the standards of actual innocence. As Larson remains behind bars, the appeal is slowly winding through the system for an innocent man. In June, the Attorney General's office requested a 45-day extension, and they just gonna drag it out to file its brief. In July, the office asked for an additional 30 days. Combs, his fiance, said Larson had been eager to start his new life on the outside. The conversations turned from weeks to months, and now it's been a year, she said. Okay, and she's making plans to marry him. Okay, so that was in 2012. Okay, and now I want to show a little video of someone that
never in a million years.
Oh my goodness, it just starts just right off the bat. Let's see now.
Never.
Okay. Alrighty. Okay, let's get started. So this gentleman here, he has firsthand knowledge of Kamala Harris and how she does people when they come across her desk and when they are innocent. And let's hear what he has to say. Let me say hi to people first. Hi, Catherine. Hi, Catherine. Hi, your therapist, your trap therapist. And hi, Solving Who I Am. Hi. Okay, so let's listen to this video or watch this video.
In a million years, I would have thought that they were going to charge me for sales murder. I never talked to no detective, no police officer, no DA, nobody.
Just arrested and then charged.
Arrested and charged. That's it.
Was the first time you saw Kamala Harris in person the day that the verdict was issued?
She showed up at the two most pivotal times in this first trial, and me being convicted and me being sentenced. She wanted to be present for a celebration of a conviction.
That's what it felt like, a celebration?
A celebration, that's what it felt like. The reactions I get when I tell people my story is, they say it's the worst nightmare. You know, it's the closest thing to dying.
Well, I want to read you a quote real quick. The job of a progressive prosecutor is to look out for those overlooked, to speak up for those whose voices aren't being heard, to see and address the causes of crime, not just their consequences, and to shine a light on the inequality and unfairness that lead to injustice.
Hi, Owen Love.
It is to recognize that not everyone needs punishment. What many need, quite obviously, is help. Kamala Harris wrote that in her book, The Truths We Hold. Does that sound consistent with the brand of justice that you saw administered by offices that she was running?
It definitely sounds like Kamala Harris right now as a senator. But at the time of her being the head district attorney of San Francisco, that is almost polar opposite of what I felt and what our community felt in San Francisco.
So Jamal, where are we?
Right now we are in Sunnydale Projects, where I was born and raised at. This isn't a place that you'll want to bring outsiders into, in a place that they don't want to go. This ain't a place that feels comfortable. It feels like you might get robbed, you might get shot.
Police were keeping files on you, and your brothers, and other people who were living in Sunnydale from a very young age.
They already had me labeled because I'm in this community as a potential gang member, potential killer, potential drug dealer. You gotta wake up to the fact that, you know, things are set up against us.
There is a conspiracy.
Yes.
It happened to you.
Exactly. There
It's
is
proven in court.
Absolutely. Places like this have been developed for predominantly African American people to not be able to succeed beyond it.
Yeah. What did you know about Kamala Harris? What did you know about San Francisco having a black DA?
Nobody in the hood ever worried or focused on the DA position in general, but people did focus on it just a tad bit, that it was black, and feeling like, okay, this black lady in office, Kamala Harris, she's gonna understand where we come from, you know, and have more of a sympathetic way of prosecuting people that come from our communities who have been plagued with no opportunities. This is Hunter's Point, where these different projects and communities used to really war with each other.
Jamal, in July 2007, what's going on in your life at that point?
I had recently just came off of I Love New York, and also that's when my friend Sel Kuka got killed.
More than a year goes by, and no one's been arrested in the case. You hadn't even been questioned.
Haven't even been questioned, no. The police was still, you know, trying to get
I'll
a
answer your question a
conviction
little bit.
by all means necessary. When I was arrested for it, the community knew I didn't do it. And it was here we go again. See, this is why we don't trust, you know, law enforcement, because it gets to a point where somebody who didn't do something goes to jail for it. I don't have no history of crime. What's up, boy? I have a history of being around in the community, but
Hi,
that doesn't
Daniel.
mean that I'm a suspect. I'm like, oh man, I'll be out within 72 hours. They're gonna figure this out. They're gonna clear this up.
And then when you found out what the evidence was that they supposedly had you on, there wasn't much there. Can you describe what it was?
They had a woman saying that she seen me
You'll be able to see this
kill
whole
Sel.
video on
The
YouTube.
second witness that they had
And
really
it'll
wasn't
have
a
the
witness at all.
articles, the video,
She said anything
everything,
that
okay?
the police officers
Right
wanted
now,
her
I'm
to
just,
say,
you know, on
and they
live with
said
you
that
guys
her
because
recollection of the
I'm loyal
the
to my
events
Instagram audience,
was
but Instagram
extremely
doesn't let you do all
credible.
the things that other
So
things
that's
let you
what
do,
ultimately
okay?
got the arrest warrant.
So yeah,
The District
I'll
Attorney of
post
San
the link
Francisco,
to my
Kamala
YouTube
Harris,
video
appeared
that this is
in the
gonna
courtroom
end up
during your
being,
trial
okay?
twice.
Yeah, the two times that Kamala Harris showed up to my trial was when I got convicted, and also when they laid down the sentencing.
When you saw her on the day that the verdict was handed down, did you take that as a bad sign?
It felt to me that she was well aware about my case, and she was there to set her presence, almost take pride in getting a conviction. When I put in my appeal, the people that's fighting against my appeal to keep the conviction is the Attorney General office. I learned it reading, you know, their reply to my appeal, and you see Kamala Harris' name at the bottom. And now it's starting to feel a little personal.
When you win the $13.1 million, it's a massive settlement. Did you feel like that was enough?
There's not an amount that could get back those 7 years. That 6.5 years that I spent in prison. But instead of me coming home feeling like I was a victim, I wanted to prove that I'm a survivor, and I will not let my story go unheard. You know, I'm not necessarily saying I'm looking for an apology, but some acknowledgement from her that she could have messed up would be, of course, that'd be huge. You could have made mistakes. You could have missed some things. For me, it was a big miss. You know, I had life in prison.
Okay, so I'm gonna stop it right there. Okay, so I'm gonna stop it right there. So you see, he was about to get life in prison. Now I got a comment, and I said that I would. Hold on, I'm trying to do this at the same time. I don't want to take that off. There we go. Take that off the screen. Okay. Now the comment was, Sis, what are your intentions in presenting this information, and do you believe that people can change? The point in me presenting this information is that every time she ran for an office, she made promises and she never carried through. She pandered, said things that black people wanted to hear, and then when she had the power, she harmed black society. It is my assessment after reading all of these articles, because I'm not even done yet, that she is not only is she not going to do anything for us, she is an open enemy to black society. She is our enemy. We cannot be fooled. Every time they vote her in, the city goes down. Things get worse. And she just ups the ante with every promotion that she gets. And I think that we need to listen. We did not listen to the people of Chicago when Obama was running. We need to listen to the people of San Francisco and the state of California when they're telling us her record. And you ask, do I think people can change? Show me. You know what? I grew up in CCC, right? Christian Cultural Center here in New York. And I have some issues with the pastor. But one of the things that I remember growing up is he used to say, change is not change until it's changed. Duh. So I will believe in her change after she shows me that she has changed. Duh. Which means she needs to do something now. She's the vice president now. She needs to do something now. She's famous for wheeling and dealing certain things for favors. Do whatever she needs to do. But she needs to do something for us now. She has been given plenty of opportunities to show us who she is, and she keeps slapping us in the face. Not even slapping us in the face. She keeps locking us up. Let me keep going, showing the proof of this. And that way I'm showing this information because I don't want to just talk, oh, she's a horrible person and I don't like her. No, let me explain to you. Let me tell you exactly what she has done so we can see her record, see exactly what she has done. If this was a record of any white person, we would not vote for them. And just because she has more melanin than a white person, it wouldn't matter what color she was. She is horrible. She is our enemy, and she proves it by every chance she gets. And we're going to go into the next article. The next article is called Demanding Justice for Alan Bluford. I hope I answered your question. For Alan Bluford. Okay, this article was written March 12th, 2013. See, I'm going in a timeline. Okay. Hi, Sue Ash. Hi, International Smorge. So she was supposed to not lock anyone up as a prosecutor. No, but when she had a lab technician that was a cokehead, she refused to let the defense attorneys know. The judges had to reprimand her for that. When constant judges are telling you that these people are innocent, she refuses to let them go. No one is upset. And you know who she did not prosecute? Illegals. When an illegal was selling cocaine, she gave him the opportunity to be in a program, a job program, even though he cannot work here legally. She put him in a job program so he could have his record expunged. So when it comes to illegals, she is soft on crime and refuses to call ICE. But when it's us, she's locking us up without, and then as we're going to go forward, you're going to see that her office was, the judges even said that she lied about evidence, that her office lied about evidence and coerced people to lie on the stand. So yes, you are supposed to lock people up who actually commit crimes, but when time and time again it was shown that the person did not commit a crime, she still wanted to lock them up, and I believe that that is a problem. Did I answer your question, Trap Therapist? So now we're going to get into the article, and then any more questions will be after this article. In early October 2012, the office of Nancy O'Malley, District Attorney of Alameda County, issued a 7-line note to Oakland Police Chief Howard Jordan. The note referred to a report issued by O'Malley's office called Investigation of Shooting Death of Alan Bluford. Bluford was an 18-year-old African-American man killed on May 6, 2012 by Miguel Masso. Catch that name? An Oakland cop with a history of racist violence. The note reads, I have reviewed the report and I agree with the conclusion that the evidence does not justify criminal charges against Oakland Police Officer Masso. As indicated in the report, no further action will be taken in this case. Alan's parents, Geraldine and Adam Bluford, and the Justice for Alan Bluford Coalition, JAB, the anti-police brutality organization they lead, quickly challenged the validity of O'Malley's investigation. They pointed out that the report did not take into consideration the testimony of 12 witnesses who disputed Masso's claim that Bluford was pointing a gun at him. Rather, the report seemed to start with the presumption that Masso's claims must be true and then cherry-picked evidence that would seem to back up the cop's narrative. The coalition also pointed out that the report from O'Malley's office ignored the fact that Bluford, who was stopped for no other action than being a young black male on the street, had his constitutional right under the Equal Protection Clause violated. O'Malley's future to hold Masso accountable is no surprise. No Oakland police officer has ever been convicted of a crime. I'm going to read that again. No Oakland police officer has ever been convicted of a crime, even though the OPD remains one of the most notoriously racist, violent, and corrupt police forces in the country. In 2000, O'Malley waited to charge even Clarence Mabang, Jude Sanpo, oh my goodness, Matthew Horn-Ung, and Frank Vasquez, a trio of cops who were proven to use beatings, false arrests, planted evidence to terrorize an African-American neighborhood after they had successfully fled to Mexico. They were cleared by an all-white jury later that year. Many of O'Malley's relatives are cops, and her father was the DA of a Contra Costa County. Okay? On March 5th, JAB organized a rally at the Alameda County District Attorney's Office. Geraldine mic'd an event outside. Geraldine emceed an event outside, and the building joined by over 100 supporters. Meanwhile, a group of JAB activists, including two-party socialism and libertarian members, entered the courthouse and walked into O'Malley's office for a sit-in. They read off JAB's demands, including an independent investigation of the shooting of Bluford by California Attorney General Kamala Harris, the charging of Masso with Bluford's murder, and little did they know that wouldn't have mattered. Charging of Masso with Bluford's murder, the reopening of all officer-involved killings since Ryder case, and the development of implementation of strategy to end the criminalization of people of color. In the city of Oakland, the Riders were a group of 4 cops charged with a corruption based on a whistleblower's tip to the superiors that they were planting drugs on suspects and roughing them up on night shifts. When members of the Alameda Sheriff's Department arrived and ordered jab occupants to leave the building, I want y'all to listen to this carefully. When members of the Alameda Sheriff's Department arrived and ordered the jab occupiers to leave the building, the protesters said that they would not leave and were prepared to be arrested. The sheriffs replied they had no intention of arresting the protesters. Instead, the sheriff picked up every single member of the group, applied stress positions, and dragged them out of the DA's office, a supposedly public space. The jab activists, who included the elderly and the handicapped, were pushed down a flight of stairs. By the battalion of sheriffs and thrown out the door. The public building was then locked with about 10 sheriffs guarding the entrance. This is under Kamala Harris. The crowd around Geraldine Bluford immediately ran up to the entrance to help defend their comrades. JAB members pushed the sound system, which was provided by the Anti-Coalition Act Now to Stop War and End Racism, up a handicapped entrance ramp so that Geraldine could address the sheriffs directly. For 2 hours, supporters of the Blufords told their stories of being racially profiled and brutalized and of losing family members and friends to police killings. Activists came, so this is why she was Attorney General. She prosecuted no one for this. So when she had the power to get justice for black people, she closed her eyelids. She said, oh, no, you don't expect me to do something only for black people? No. Activists came from as far away as Baltimore and New York City to stand with the Bluford family. At the closing of the rally, Geraldine said that if Kamala Harris did not agree to her own investigation into Allen's death, her office would be there. Allen's death, her office would be the next to hear from the voices of the people. She said, I don't care. The rally could not have been better timed expression of the epidemic of police killings in the Bay Area. In a 27-hour period between March 2nd and March 3rd, there were 4 unrelated deaths at the hands of police. 3 of the 4 cases startlingly similar to that of Alan Bluford, and countless other victims of police violence. The victims fled from the police and were subsequently shot. Now I want you to think about this. Remember that we saw earlier in the article where it was those 3 cops that fled to Mexico, that they were known for roughing up suspects, beating them up, and planting drugs on them. So everybody knows that this is what they do in the neighborhood. So when they see them coming, they run. And when you run, they shoot you. You can't win. The victims fled from the police and were subsequently shot. The cops then claimed to have believed the victims possessed guns. The 4th killing was of a person who even the police acknowledged was not wanted for any crime. Arthur Packman was giving his friend Sean Stoddard Nunez a ride to another friend's house when Hayward cops pulled Packman over for allegedly speeding. Packman drove away from the cop, who then shot at the vehicle, hitting and killing Stoddard Nunez. Packman then crashed the car and was arrested. Outrageously, the Hayward cops are charging Packman with Stoddard Nunez's murder. Packman is the cause of the officer's actions. Had that not gone down, the officers would not have had to shoot. You hear this? They had to shoot, said the Hayward Police Sergeant Eric Krim. And Kamala Harris heard all of this and prosecuted no one. She didn't even try. This is why I say she is an enemy to black people. Not only is she not our friend, not only is she not like us, she is our enemy. Because this right here is enemy behavior. Our policy does not prohibit shooting at a vehicle. In any shooting, officers have to consider and be aware of their backdrop and the potential injury to people who are not the intended target. It's tragic that he was shot in this incident because there was no intent to harm him, Krim continued. At this point in the investigation, we have not found anything that we would have arrested him for. Such logic clearly serves as a rationalization for the cops to kill whomever they want and then blame whomever they want for their own brutality. The Justice for Alan Bluford Coalition is challenging such logic with truth. Okay? And Kamala Harris did nothing. The Democrats did nothing. Okay, so we're going to go to the next article. This one is called Rally Demands Oakland, California Police Officer to be Charged with Alan Buford's Murder. Okay, so we're just going to read a couple of things out of here that was missed from that other article. This one was written March 11th, 2013. Okay, let me scroll down a bit. Alan Bluford, 18 years old, was about to graduate from Skyline High School in Oakland. Just after midnight on May 6th, Bluford and two of his friends were waiting for some young women to pick them up on 90th Avenue when an OPD vehicle slowly pulled up with its lights off. Uh-oh. You can come right back. Okay. Alan Bluford was 18 years old and was about to graduate from Skyline High School in Oakland. Just after midnight on May 6th, Bluford and two of his friends were waiting for some young women to pick them up on 90th Avenue when OPD vehicle slowly pulled up with its lights off. Allen ran. An OPD officer, Masso, gave chase. A few blocks later, Masso shot and killed Bluford. Masso also shot himself in the foot, so he's so terrible with a gun that he ended up shooting himself in the foot. More than a dozen witnesses said that Bluford had no weapon and posed no threat to the officer. Larry Hales, a national coordination of the People's Power Assemblies, talked about the urgent need to develop a national fight back network against these attacks on poor and oppressed communities. Adam Bluford, Allen's father, pointed out how no Oakland police officers have yet been prosecuted for murder. Geraldine Bluford closed the rally by asserting Kamala Harris will be at your office next, knocking on your door. Okay? So now we're heading to the next article here. So this is from the San Francisco Chronicle. I know it looks crazy. I don't know why, but hey, the information is good, okay? So this was written, I'm going to assume it was written around 2014. Okay, but it's not telling me exactly when it was written, okay? Let's see. Let's make this a little smaller. Oh, no. Yeah. Let's make that. Hi, ladybugs. We're trying this again. But you've seen this information already from the first awful time. This time I'm a little bit more prepared. I worked really hard to try to fix all the bugs from this one. Okay, so I'm trying to record it again. All right, let me see. I need to make this smaller. Here we go. Okay, that's good. In TV ads for her U.S. Senate campaign, California Attorney General Kamala Harris describes herself as fearlessly taking on powerful interests on behalf of the voiceless and the vulnerable Californians. And I say that is 100% complete lie. Oh, thank you. Ladybug said, and the first time was still awesome. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. But some civil rights activists, legal scholars, and community leaders say California's top law enforcement officials hasn't done enough when it comes to investigating officer-involved shootings in San Francisco, where she was elected twice as district attorney. Okay? The calls for her to get involved grew louder and louder after the fatal shooting last month of an unarmed African-American woman by a San Francisco police sergeant, hours after the 21st officer involved shooting of his 5-year tenure. San Francisco Police Chief Greg Sir resigned. So much heat that he had to, it was just so much police killings that he had to resign. But in the front runner in the race, but Harris, the front runner in the race to replace retiring Democratic Senator Barbara Boxer, has declined, waiting to see the results of a federal examination of the department first. I think the California Attorney General should be playing a much more aggressive role in investigating civil rights violations by police, including this one in San Francisco, said Erwin Cherminsky, dean of the UC Irvine School of Law, whom National Justice magazine named one of the most influential people in legal education. So he is the dean of the UC Irvine School of Law, whom National Jurist magazine named one of the most influential people in legal education. And he said, I think the California Attorney General should be playing a much more aggressive role in investigating civil rights violations by police. And she said, what? Huh? Crickets? Nobody. She said nothing. She did nothing. She said nothing. She could care less what the people were saying, what black people were saying. And this is why I say she is an open enemy to black society. But what I can't answer is why this is not occurring, he said. I do not know. He was just baffled. I do not know. And I know because she never intended to. This was the plan for her. Just as Eric Adams is a plan and a plant for us here to remove us and replace us with illegals. And this was way before Eric Adams. So this is just a rinse and repeat plan that they're doing. Okay. But what can I say? Why is this not happening? Neither does San Francisco public defender Jeff Adachi, who said it's mind-boggling to me why the Attorney General has refused to step in, particularly when San Francisco is suffering. Could this last shooting have been prevented had the AG not refused to step in? She does not care that people are dying, that black people are dying. Adachi asked her office involved. Adachi asked, her office's involvement would have signaled to the police that there will be increased oversight, but that's not what she wanted. She wasn't intending on having increased oversight, so why even fake the funk? That's what she said. I'm just going to do what I'm going to do. Y'all still going to vote for me. I can lock y'all up by the thousands, and you still going to vote for me. All I have to do is pretend to have or at least she thinks. We're not voting for her. She thinks that we will keep voting because I see black people waking up, and I hope that I will do my part and black people waking up. Hi, I am King. Hi, I am King. Okay. Let's see. I saw a preacher today, and he was like, I cannot vote for a party who is trying to, take parents' rights away and let their children, change genders without consulting the parents. So, and my mom was telling me she got a text message from one of her pastors, because she has numerous pastors. She has, because she likes to go to different, she's moved a bit. So, she has different pastors. Anyway, that she got a text message and, they were telling her the same thing, and so it seems sometimes, because we're looking at social media, that Kamala Harris is really gaining traction, and I don't believe she's gaining the traction that they want us to think that she is. Ladybug says she saw that also. Okay. I don't think she's getting the traction that they're trying to pretend like she, just make it, so it's like, oh, you don't want to be left behind. Don't you want to get on this bandwagon? No, man, we don't want to get on the bandwagon with you. Okay? We do not. Let's see. Harris said she assigned the head of the state's Civil Rights Division to monitor the progress of the collaborative review of the San Francisco Police Department by the Community Policing Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. I'm waiting to see the outcome of their process and recommendations, Harris said during an interview in San Francisco. I've been very clear that if there's any refusal or failure to cooperate and comply, I'm ready to open a practice and pattern investigation in the department. Well, they don't have no reason to not comply because they know that they're not going to be punished. And when they sit here and talk about Project 2025 and how the police have immunity, how is this? The San Francisco police, the Oakland Police Department was never prosecuted for any of the murders that they committed. So how is that not immunity for the police? And that was under Kamala Harris. Right now, people, or in this article that we're reading right now, people are complaining about the fact that she refused to prosecute police or even investigate the police. So how is this not immunity for the police? Okay. I'm just saying. I'm waiting on the outcome. Hi, Favor. I'm waiting to see the outcome of their process recommendations, Harris said in an interview in San Francisco. I've been very clear. Oh, that was a failure to comply, blah, blah. She bristled. Okay. At criticism that it was a by-the-book response to the community's concern and that the situation called for something more dramatic. She bristled, meaning she didn't want to hear what people had to say. She don't care what people have to say. She said, it's not by the book. It's not by the book, Harris said. I'm saying that I've assigned the head of the Civil Rights Division of the California's Department of Justice to monitor what's going on at a local level between the United States Department of Justice and the police department. That's about actually being engaged actively. So she sits there and lies. And this is why voting for her for president would be a joke. Because she's going to do the same thing when she becomes president. She's not going to do a daggone thing for us. And she's going to continue to let in illegals because that's what she's been doing her entire career. Hi, Rod Beats. Okay. Felicia Jones, an organizer for the Justice for Mario Woods Coalition, said Harris is not actively engaged, and if she is, whom is she engaged with? Okay. Hi, Black Dove. Hi, I am Travis Little. Who is she actively engaged with? Okay. Because it sure ain't the people, her constituents, black people. Hi, Chief Ammo son. How many people need to die before she steps in, said Jones, who voted for Harris for Attorney General and helped organize events for her campaign. And see, imagine the regret that this person felt voting for her and then seeing what she did with that vote. Imagine the regret. We don't even know that you, Harris, care. You have turned your back on the people who got you to where you are. And she will continue to turn her back on the higher she gets. That's all she cares is about winning. She don't care nothing about us and what we need and what is happening to us. Adachi said that the federal review of San Francisco Police Department that Harris refers to is voluntary and lacks teeth. While he called the review by the Justice Department's Office of Community-Oriented Policing Service, known as COPS, as a step in the right direction, it would not have the power to enforce changes. Okay, so we're gonna learn here more about COPS as we go on. Hi, Willie Goldfarb. Okay. Adachi would like to see Harris investigate the department in the same way that then California Attorney General Jerry Brown looked into the use of force by the Maywood, Los Angeles Police Department in 2007. After a 16-month investigation, found 8 alleged incidents of excessive force and other wrongdoing. Brown secured a court order to institute new training and other reforms of the police department. See, now her predecessor, at least he ran through the motions of investigation. But when you give racist people training and reforms, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. And clearly it didn't work, because as soon as he got out of office, it didn't change the behavior of the police department. So that was a waste of taxpayer funds, along with all the money that they're giving to illegals and Ukraine and Israel and everybody else except for us. Reparations. I'm dead, and a crime bill, because you see this right here? I'm dead serious about this, Brown said. Hi, Onyx Beauty. I'm dead serious about this, Brown said, announcing that results of the investigation in 2009, when you have rogue cops, it's just intolerable in a free society. In 2010, the tiny city folded its 60-member police department because it was unable to buy insurance. They were shooting so many people that their insurance company dropped them. But that investigation was somewhat unusual for California's top law enforcement agency to undertake, said Peter Bring, the police practices director of the American Civil Liberties Union of California. The Democratic California Department of Justice has never been particularly active in investigating police misconduct in California, Bring said. And that hasn't changed under Kamala Harris. So she is not changed. When she keeps saying, "Oh, she's not going to change. She's going to be more of the status quo," which makes her, and with the melanin in her skin, that makes her our open enemy. Because she's putting blackness on like a sweater, and she takes it off whenever she feels like that. And that, to me, that's when it comes to mixed people, and we're going to get into her lineage later. When it comes to mixed people, I always tell people this. When it comes to a mixed person, I'm going to let you tell me what race you are. You tell me. I'm not going to try to make you be black, because like the Caribbeans say, this is my favorite Caribbean saying, we beg no friends over here. So if you don't want to be black, you don't have to be black. We don't need you. We don't want you. And I'm not going to try to convince you ever that you are black, or that you have black in your history, or that you have a black lineage, or whatever. Your grandmother is black. If you aren't black today, then I don't need you. You would be nothing but a hindrance in what we're trying to do anyway. So I'm not here to convince anybody. And my rule, like I said, my rule generally for mixed people is, if you black Sunday through Saturday, then you black. But as a mixed person, you can't be black on Sunday and white on Tuesday and then Asian on Thursday and then black again on Monday again. It don't work like that, because that's not the black experience. I cannot switch up being black. I am black 24/7, 365 days a year. And if you, as a mixed person, are not black 24/7, 365 days a year, then you are not black. And I'm going to let you decide on what you want to be. If you want to be called white, I'm going to feed into your delusion and call you white. And if you want to sit here, but don't sit there in my face and tell me you're black and then your license says Caucasian. That's unacceptable. Like I said, as a black person here in America, we don't get to choose who we are. Right. And Onyx Beauty said, and black in February, and black on Juneteenth. If you're not black 24/7, 365, then you are not black. And I'm going to say it again. You can't be black on Monday and then Asian on Tuesday and then Indian on Friday and switching it up. You only black twice a week. That's not the black experience. You're not black. And that's how I because I know several mixed people who do not ever claim of course they are honest about their white parent, but they don't claim whiteness. They know that they are black and they say that they are black and they are black 24/7 365. You black. And they license says black. Then all right, honey, you with us. But the second you hop over there on that other side, stay over there. Because we beg no friends over here. And Kamala Harris should understand that phrase. Okay? So let me get back to the blackness. Okay? Bree said that many people have lost faith in the ability of the local police departments to investigate themselves. And there is a need for some sort of independent legal body to perform these examinations. Okay, hold on now. All right. The article was sticking a bit. This is not the first time Harris has stuck to her position, even as there were loud calls for her to change it. So she does not listen to the people who voted for her. And she has a history of not listening to her constituents, not listening to the people who voted for her. So we're going to vote for her again? Hi, real life. We're going to vote for her again? Oh, I am Travis Little. We're going to get into her lineage. We're going on down the road here. We're going to get into her lineage. I'm not there yet. Okay? But what I'm going to show is that even if she was black, I still wouldn't vote for her. That's what I'm going to show. That it doesn't even matter. Like before, I don't even have to get to her lineage to talk about why she ain't worth anything in the black community. She is not our savior. She will not help us. In fact, she is our enemy. And I'm going to show that. So, because Eric Adams is black. And I didn't vote for him. And I hate him. Let me just be clear. And he's black. So even if she is black, she still is not worth voting for. She still would be an enemy to black society, just as Eric Adams, who wears our black skin, is an enemy to black society. I am Travis said Eric Adams is a Brooklyn playboy with a badge. How you gonna be a playboy with a face like that? Who is he playing with? That face is not cute. There's not, and even when he was younger, he was still not cute. So who is he playing with? Who's playing with that? I know he a party boy. He likes to party. He want to be at all the parties. He want to, you know what I'm saying? He want to be at all the fetes. He want to be at all the everything. He wants to walk red carpets. I do know that. But Playboy. Shoot, now you want to talk about Playboy. Let's talk about Willie. We talked about Willie Brown in the beginning, okay? I say watch the playback of this because we talked about Willie Brown in the beginning. Now that was a Playboy. Willie Brown showed up to the event with Kamala Harris and his wife. That's a Playboy. And he wasn't that good looking either, but you know. But I will say that that's a Playboy. Eric Adams ain't got nothing on slick Willie Brown, okay? All right, so let me keep going. Just a few months after she upset the incumbent, Terrence Hallinan, to become San Francisco's district attorney, San Francisco police officer Isaac Espinoza was shot to death while on patrol in the Bayview. 3 days after the shooting in 2004, Harris said she wouldn't seek the death penalty against the man arrested in the case of David Hill. Police groups were outraged, not at just her decision, but at the speed of which she rejected it. Typically, so this is right after she was elected, okay? Police groups were outraged, not just at her decision, but at the speed in which she reached it. Typically, prosecutors waited months and studied many factors before deciding whether to seek the death penalty. But Harris ran for office on her opposition of the death penalty, which was in tune with the polls. And San Francisco, which was in tune with the polls, and which is what San Francisco voters wanted. There was political blowback. At Espinosa's funeral, fellow Democrat Senator Dianne Feinstein, a former San Francisco mayor, rose to the congregation at St. Mary's Cathedral and said, "This is not the only definition of a tragedy. It is also the special circumstance called by the death penalty law." Grieving family members and blue uniformed police who packed the church stood and cheered. Those repercussions continued during Harris's first run for statewide office in 2010, when many law enforcement organizations supported former Los Angeles County District Attorney Steve Cooley. But Harris won and sought to repair those relationships. 4 years later, helped by the power of incumbency, many of those same organizations supported her re-election. So how did she go from them being mad? Hi, Lou Stoppable. Hey, hon. How did she go from them hating her to them loving her? By not prosecuting the police. Okay? Let's see. Lou, you messed up my whole train of thought. I'm so happy to see you in here. You let me know if you want me to tell people who you are, okay? But I won't say nothing unless you want me to. Oh, thank you, Lou. You know you my sweetheart. Okay. Let's see. Let's go. Where was I at? You didn't throw up my whole concentration. Oh, I'm so happy to see you. Okay. Cheers to repercussions. Yes. Such conscious building is what Harris said she would like to take on. Oh, okay. So Lou Unstoppable is one of the kids that used to that I was gonna say worked at. Who attended the school where I used to work at. She was valedictorian, okay? And the smartest, oh my goodness, smartest, sweetest. Love her. Okay. Anyway, so let me get back to the article. Now you guys see why I was just like so happy. You know what I mean? Like it feels so good that some of the students that I work with, and that's why I continued to do these type of things, because it was a way for me to keep in contact with my students and to be able to keep them abreast of what's going on. Like, because we always used to talk about current events, everything, what was going on, and so now I can still talk to them in this way. Okay. Let me get back to what I was going on about. Okay. Let's get back to the article. Back to business. Okay. Such conscious building is what Harris said she would take on. Such conscious building is what Harris said she would use to take on issues she might face in Seattle, like immigration reform, where partitions seem miles apart on overwhelmingly what everyone agrees is a broken system. One of the ways that I have found to have people really open up their hearts and minds to understand the number of undocumented immigrants who are victims of crime, Harris said. So the only people she worried about is undocumented immigrants. She's not worried about the people who the undocumented immigrants was attacking. She's not worried about that at all. Okay. She says, if there's a victim of rape, I want her to be able to run in the middle of the street and wave down a passing by a patrol car, a local cop, and not be afraid to think to do so, because that's a federal immigration agent. But in the black community, black men couldn't even drop their friends home, could not meet a girl for a burger without the police stopping and killing them. But she is worried about illegals being able to run out in the middle of the street and flag down a patrol car. And they're not even citizens, nor did they vote for her, nor are they her constituents. So this is what she was worried about. And we're going to hear more about that as well, okay? Hold on a second. Let's see. Okay, I think that's the end of it. Yeah. Okay, next article. Okay, because we got quite a few to go through. California AG Kamala Harris appeals ruling against death penalty. So, was this the one with, what's his name? Oh, no, this is not. This wasn't a specific case. This is just in general. California AG Kamala Harris to appeal ruling against death penalty. A federal judge ruled that California's death penalty violates the U.S. Constitution's ban on cruel and unusual punishment, but the case could work its way up through the courts. Okay, Harris personally opposes the death penalty, but promised voters that she would enforce it. Okay. Opponents, so we already see that she lied about that because she refused to enforce the death penalty for the guy who shot the police officer. And I'm not here to say whether that should have been the case or not because I don't know the intricacies of the case, but it just shows that she's a proven liar. That she will say one thing to get elected and then do another thing when she gets in there. Hi, Brooklyn Psycho, and she'll do something else when she gets in there, okay? So this just proves again that she is a liar, and that is why I say that whatever she's saying right now, where she ain't even saying nothing to us, she's proven to be a liar, okay? So we shouldn't believe anything that comes out of her mouth. She talks out both sides of her neck. She's a liar. I'm appealing to the court's decision because it's not supported by the law and it undermines the important protections that our courts provide to defendants, Harris said. Okay, so in the end, she does what she want to do or what she's told to do. Who knows? Okay, so the next article. Okay, it's taking a little while to load. Okay, the U.S. judges see an epidemic of prosecutorial misconduct in state. Hi, the Flying Spur. The U.S. judges see an epidemic of prosecutorial misconduct in the state. I'm going to say it again. U.S. judges see epidemic of prosecutorial misconduct in state. Okay, so this one I didn't have much pulled up from the article because I have a video to show you. Okay, so let me pull that up. So there's a case where Kamala Harris's office wanted to convict someone of a murder. And she basically had a witness, a snitch from jail, lie on the stand about the accused confessing to the crime. She lied. Her office lied. And then when it was proven that she lied, she did nothing to fix it. She did nothing about it. She didn't prosecute anyone for lying, which is a crime. So she picks and chooses. When somebody was asking the other day, but aren't you supposed to prosecute crime? She picks and chooses who she prosecutes for these crimes. Because she did not prosecute anyone in her office for their misconduct when judges repeatedly pointed out her misconduct. So I'm going to play this video right now. This is the judges reprimanding her subordinate for lying, cheating, and everything else, and everything in between, and setting this person up, basically. Okay, hold on, and then not holding anyone accountable for it. So let's play this one.
The question I address is whether or not the Court of Appeal gets to see the sentencing transcript, and your office bitterly argued that it was not subject to judicial notice and that the Court of Appeal should not look at the 1998 transcript. They nonetheless look at it, and they also look at the 2002 resentencing when it was finally readjusted because of the difference in good time, which is what Silva had been saying happened in 98. And when they look at those two things, they conclude that Silva lied. But I cannot imagine that when the Attorney General's office was trying to keep the 98 transcript away from the Court of Appeal, that it was doing anything other than trying to keep information that was inculpatory of Mr. Silva from the Court of Appeal.
Your Honor, it looks sort of bad. It will look terrible in an opinion when we write it up and name names. Will your name be on there? Were you one of the people that tried to keep it out?
I was not.
The Court of Appeal?
I was not.
And who was it that tried to that fought so hard to keep it out?
It's my office, so I'm in that regard responsible. But it looks like the attorneys who were involved in that were Mr. Delgado Rucci, and the letter is signed by Laura Stillwell Studebaker, whom I do not know.
Are they still there?
Ms. Studebaker is not. Mr. Delgado Rucci is. He currently works with me.
Well, you might see his name in an opinion. But is this the kind of thing you really want to press here? Don't you think this is something that you ought to take up with the Attorney General and reconsider? Why don't we give you a week to talk to your supervisor and see if you can work out anything with opposing counsel that will avoid have us decide this case.
I certainly will accomplish any task that the court directs me to, and will report on that.
Get a hold of the Attorney General, get a hold of the supervisor, and see whether they really want to stick by a conviction that was obtained by lying prosecutors, and that was maintained in the Court of Appeal after the Attorney General's office fought tooth and nail to keep out a transcript that would have shown the perfidy of the prosecutors, and whether having that in Fed Third, documented in Fed Third, is really going to further the interests of justice in California.
I will do just that.
Do you understand the question? If you do not, there is not only a transcript of this hearing, but we're on video. You can play the video for your boss and Attorney General.
And if you would like my memorandum to my supervisor, I'll provide a copy of that to the court, so you'll see what my description of the circumstances and my recommendation for what happens.
It's up to you. But you're way over your time.
Can I just ask him one question? This really troubles me about this case. It reminds me of Tommy Thompson. The prosecution pursued a theory of murder for hire, and under the theory that Tom hired Baca, right?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Well, how come was Tom ever prosecuted?
The answer to that question appears to be no. I can find no record of it, and Magistrate Judge Walsh, as you noted in your without citation, he said that there's been no prosecution. There's certainly been no appeal.
No, it's murder, so there's no statute of limitations. Right. Is there any plan to prosecute Tom?
I don't know if he's even reachable at
this point. What do you mean
reachable? He received $500,000, and so he could be somewhere where there's no extradition treaty. But that's speculation.
But Riverside had him at the time. They put him on as a witness in the first trial.
They had him at the first trial. That's correct, Your Honor.
It's completely inexplicable to me that he would be the principal in this murder for hire thing, unless it was a totally fabricated theory that the jailhouse snitch made up.
I'm recording
along with the prosecutor.
To upload to YouTube, so that you'll be able to see all the videos and everything.
I have no explanation for it. I don't know.
I'm also going to include the link
General, okay?
Hi, the real DeVille.
Get her attention.
I'll do
Talk to the
that.
Attorney General and make sure she understands the gravity of the situation. And she understands that we take it very seriously.
I will do it.
Very seriously. It does not speak well for the prosecutors in California. Doesn't speak well for the Riverside County DA's office, and speaks very poorly for the Attorney General's office.
I'll make that very clear, although what I would say is I have to use the chain of command, so I won't call the Attorney General and speak to her myself.
You can find somebody who will
I will
get out to her.
I will, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Anything further?
Hold on. I had to pause that for a second. So the judge is saying, this is so egregious. I cannot believe that Kamala Harris would do this. So I'm going to hold off on ruling on this. Take this back to her. Basically, and tell her to fix it before she come back in here, because this is crazy. I'm going to have to write all y'all names up. Is this what you really want? Do you really want me to rule on this? When it is clear that this is prosecutorial misconduct, this is clear. Are you sure no, you're not. You don't want me to rule on this. Take this back to her. Go talk to her. And then come back to me and drop this case. So that I don't have to give you such a scathing spanking, legal spanking. That's going to go down in the record books. You don't want that to happen. So go call her. Okay? So I'm going to go back to playing this.
Thank you, counsel. We will defer submission of this case for a week. If a week is not enough, you can file a motion for additional time. If we don't hear in a week, we will submit the case and decide it.
And Your Honor, I just, it's not clear to me what you expect to hear from the Attorney General.
I would expect, if we hear a joint motion from counsel dismiss the appeal because the state has decided to move in state court to set aside the conviction and retry Mr. Barker, that would be one resolution. But, you've got opposing counsel. Maybe you can work out something that will pre-permit the need for an opinion.
Very well, Your Honor.
Because I don't think an opinion is something that is going to be very pretty.
Understood.
Whichever way it goes.
I understand that, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay. The submission is deferred in this case.
Okay. So that was deferred. But like I said, because he was like, you don't want me to rule on this. This is going to look bad for the office. This is terrible. You guys look horrible. You really don't want me to rule on this. You really, really don't. So to take this back to her and drop it. Okay? So the next article that we're going to read, because we're just going down the timeline. Now, this isn't everything that she did that was horrible, but this is just some highlights, okay? Some quick hits of her record, okay? And yeah, the only reason, that's the only reason why she dropped the charges on that person is because the judge went in on her and that video went viral, okay, in California. Everybody had that video of that, the judges telling her, you don't want me to do that. Okay. So the next article I'm going to read is called Kamala Harris Should Take Bolder Action on Police Shooting, Civil Rights Advocates Say. This is in the Los Angeles Times. This was written 2016. Okay. Amid continuing tensions over fatal police shootings of black men across the nation, some civil rights activists and members of California Legislative Black Caucus say that State Attorney General Kamala Harris must do more to increase accountability and ensure impartial investigations. Of primary concern is Harris's opposition to legislation that will require her office to independently investigate police shootings. Harris also stopped short of endorsing statewide regulations on the use of police body cameras, saying that she believes all officers should wear them, but that local agencies are best equipped to enact policies. So I've heard her say this before. Oh, you know, I mandated police body cameras for all the police and when I was Attorney General. No, you didn't. You left it up to the local authorities to do what they wanted to do. So you did not do that. You made a suggestion. And then told them, oh, you don't have to listen to my suggestion, though. That's basically what she did. So she's sitting there running around saying that. That's a 5,000-year-old genie trick. You got to pay attention to the words and match it up with her record. Hi, E-Love. Hi, Nikki. You got to match it up with the record. Her absence is noticeable, said Senator Holly Mitchell, Democrat of Los Angeles, a member of the Black Caucus. People are looking for her for guidance and direction. Her scrutiny is especially intense because Harris, the daughter of immigrants from Jamaica and India, is a woman of color and the top law enforcement official in California. Okay, and I just want to remind people that there are different races of people in Jamaica. There are white Jamaicans. Yes, there are. I've heard them, and it is very shocking when you hear that Jamaican accent coming out of a white body, but that is the case. There are Chinese Jamaicans, and they also speak fluent patois. And there are Indian Jamaicans from India that also speak fluent patois. Okay, so being Jamaican is not an automatic qualifier to be black. But once again, I want to show that her record is so egregious, it doesn't matter if she is black or not. I'm not voting for her because she is an enemy. She has proven to be an enemy to black society. And K Fighter says she's a typical East Indian confused flip-flopper. Yeah, I was calling her you know how Kama Sutra, how they all twist up into those things? That's her. You don't know what position she gonna be on. She over here one time, then she over there, then she over here, then she over there. She be all over the place she's a Kama Sutra because, you know, she Indian. So she a Kama Sutra flip-flopper. Okay. So now here is where, when I was saying earlier that, okay, that white folks are saying that she is a DEI hire, or the white supremacists are saying that she's a DEI hire, right? And I'm going to agree with them, but with a caveat. She's not a DEI hire from like the standpoints of, you know, she was given an opportunity because she's black and not smart, even though she's not smart. But that's not why she was given the opportunity. She was given the opportunity because she was having sex and doing sexual favors for the people in the right positions. Or she was in the right positions. Whichever way you want to put it, okay? And so she was... And you know what? I forgot she was Jamaican. I forgot that, Lou. So one of my students is on here from the school I used to work at. And she's reminding, she said, I am a Jamaican, and I can tell you that white Jamaicans are very racist. Oh, please stay tuned, Lou, because I'm going to tell you some more about her lineage. And I don't think you'll be very happy with it, being a black Jamaican, okay? So, I feel that she's a DEI from our point of view, in that people kept giving her passes because she's not white. People, exactly, Lou, the vote for the couch. I agree. Especially in the presidential election, vote for the couch. So I believe people kept giving her passes, and this is going to be a prime example of people giving her passes right here in this that I'm about to read. Okay. She looks like me, Mitchell said, so it gets complicated. Harris, a U.S. Senate candidate, said she agrees that more needs to be done. But under her leadership, she argued, California has made significant strides in dealing with the bias of the criminal justice system. And where? The police, the people of California said where? The police and the people in San Francisco, the black people in San Francisco said where? Okay. Hi, Goddess Crest. And okay, K Fighter said yes, Lou, especially the ones who live in Pier 1. Okay. I don't know where Pier 1 is. I ain't gonna lie. Don't give me the line like I know what that is. I ain't gonna lie. And Lou said exactly, K Fighter. They know what they talking about, okay? And I'm just gonna, pass on the information, okay? Let's see. Harris is a Senate candidate, and she agrees that more needs to be done. Under her leadership, she urged California has made significant strides in dealing with the bias in the criminal justice system. The Attorney General cited a new statewide police training procedures to combat racial ethnic bias and the creation of a website and other policies to provide unprecedented transparency about in-custody deaths, arrest rates, and citizen complaints against law enforcement. And I've already explained to you guys with that whenever they talk about police training procedures, that's a money grab. That's a money grab. All it is a money grab for the trainers. They just basically, just like how slick Willie Brown gave her that sweet position where she only had to show up twice a month, and they paid her an exorbitant amount of money. Same thing for these training. They get paid a whole lot of money to teach them nothing. That's going to help us. And you can't teach away racism. If somebody is a racist, so racist that they would shoot an unarmed black person, what kind of training can you give them to make them not do that? What, a heart transplant? A brain transplant? What you going to do to get them to stop being racist? Nothing. You have to fire them and then not rehire them in another police department, because that seems to be what y'all be doing too. Tariq Nasheed talks about all that all the time, that these he calls them white supremacist race soldiers. And he says that they never get fired, they only get transferred. And we are seeing that to be true. Look at the police officer who shot, what's the young lady's name? Just now in the face for the boiling hot water that he told her to go get. We already see his record was egregious before he even got to that police department. But because his father or his father-in-law was somebody big, he kept his job. And now look what he did. Anyway, let's get back to the article. Hi, Don Gartrell. There is no question that we need to have changes in the system so that there is greater fairness, Harris said. That is a lot of work we have been doing. And I say I'm calling bullshit again. Okay. Right. K Fighter said that's a fact. They just move them around. Exactly. Some of her political allies, however, think she's been too cautious. Assemblyman Kevin McCarthy, Democrat, Sacramento, who, like Mitchell, is backing Harris for Senate candidacy. So as he's about to talk about her egregious record, he's still going to back her for Senate. And this is why we can't do this. She keeps getting passed along like a black child failing in school. They just push her up to the next grade and push her up to the next grade and push her up to the next grade, even though she has not done the work. And this is why the buck must stop here. She done made it all the way to the vice president's office off of Willie Brown's dime. She done made it all the way to the vice president's office. Let the buck stop there. She will go no further. She will go no further. Not if I have anything to do with it. Now, I'm going to make sure everybody knows the truth. And I'm going to give you the links to all these articles so that you can also have receipts as well. Okay? When people ask you why you're not voting, maybe you can. I implore you to be a missionary to tell the truth about Kamala Harris. Okay? Tell everyone you know that she is full of bull. And we will not advance her to the next grade. We will not push her along. We will not sweep under the rug the things that she has done. We see that she is an open enemy to black society, and we say the buck stops here. Okay. who, like Mitchell, is backing Harris for Senate candidacy, said he was disappointed last year when the Attorney General did not support legislation that would require the Department of Justice to investigate deadly police shootings. Okay, so she created a website where she counts all the police shootings, but she's not going to prosecute anybody for the police shootings. What good are the numbers if you're not going to prosecute anybody? K-Fighter said they letting side chicks prosper. Yes, stop that hoe. Exactly. Stop that hoe now. Okay? Somebody in here, earlier was saying that, you know, that, because I was playing some videos from Judge Joe Brown, and they were talking about, they didn't like his language towards her. And I reminded him that Judge Joe Brown does not talk that way about all women. He's just talking that way about her. I reminded them that she has done some things in her life for to be called a hoe. He said, and a hoe is someone who takes financial gain for sexual favors. And she's done that. That's pretty much been proven. Everybody in San Francisco knows it. They wrote about it in articles because I read it to you. Okay. That would require the Department of Justice to investigate deadly police shootings. There's growing skepticism, he said, about whether local prosecutors can impartially investigate officers with whom they work closely. The African American and civil rights community have been disappointed. How many times are we going to be disappointed and then keep electing the people that disappoint us? I say no more. This is where we stop. And they want to sit here and convince us that she's getting all this black support. I say no. She's not getting this black support, and I'm going to help make sure that whatever little black support she get, I'm going to erase it right now. In the name of Harriet. The African American civil rights community have been disappointed that Harris hasn't come out stronger on this, said Mr. McCarthy, who is a member of the Black Caucus. I hope that she sees this as a nuanced approach and makes sense. Eric Rose, a public affairs expert in Los Angeles, said it's important to remember that Harris comes from a law enforcement background. And I'm going to say it is important for us to remember that she is coming from a law enforcement background. Okay. Hi, Eco. Okay. A former Alameda County prosecutor and district attorney in San Francisco, Harris has been smart about using that cachet to address concerns about racial bias and police accountability without turning into a lightning rod for either side. And I say bull. I call bullshit on that. I say that she has been a lightning rod for one side. She's been a lightning rod for the side of the police because she didn't prosecute not near one. And that, I don't know what more lightning you need than to be able to commit murder and not be prosecuted. That's a hell of a lightning bolt. She hasn't backtracked on her beliefs. She hasn't switched her positions. He said she's a Democrat. He said the article actually says she's a true liberal. And I say she a Democrat. She's a true Democrat. But she's been smart about finding the right issues to talk about that would not alienate the law enforcement community. She's a tan, Lou said she's a tan white Karen. Absolutely. She's snitching and telling, lying and stealing, sleeping around, trying to take people's husbands. Okay? Lou, did I tell you how happy I am you're here? Oh my goodness. Okay, yes. Let me get back to the article. And of course I would know that you would have insightful input. You always did. Okay, even as a minor. Always have insightful input. I enjoyed our conversations all of the time. Okay, anyway, okay. The most recent flashpoint came last month with the release of the video showing the fatal shooting of Mario Woods, 26, by San Francisco police. Some community activists has demanded the resignation of Chief Greg Sher. We already read the other article that he ended up having to resign because there was so many police shootings in like 1 week that he just gone ahead and was like, this look real bad. Let me go ahead and resign before they be at my office with pitchforks. Who said his officers fired in defense of themselves and bystanders, and they have called on Harris to launch an independent inquiry. But the Attorney General said she was confident that San Francisco District Attorney George Gasson would conduct a fair and thorough investigation. So which means she just saying anything to get people to shut up. She just is just like, just be quiet. Just leave me alone. I'm not going to do anything about it. She'll say anything just to get you to shut up. And how can we trust a woman like that? How can we trust a woman like that? When she's on the campaign trail, remember that she'll tell you anything just so you can shut up and get out her face. So she could get back to work prosecuting black people. Similar calls were heard after the death of Ezell Ford, an unarmed mentally ill black man who was shot and killed by Los Angeles police in 2014. Police said that Ford had tackled one of the officers and tried to take his gun. The case is still under review by the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. Hi, Queen Mo. Harris said her office does have the authority to intervene in cases, but will do so only if there is evidence of impropriety or an abuse of discretion by local prosecutors. Hi, the business bully. Okay, we're going to get started back on our Kamala Harris article we're reading here. This article, hi, Lou. Thank you for coming back. Kamala, this article, again, we're just going to preview. Kamala Harris should take on bolder action on police shootings, civil rights advocates say. Let's get back into it. Harris said her office does have the authority to intervene in cases, but will do so only if there is evidence of impropriety or abuse of discretion by local prosecutors. She has worked diligently to court law enforcement, and her Senate bid has been endorsed by the Los Angeles Police Protective League, which represents LAPD officers, the California Statewide Law Enforcement Association, and the Oakland Police Officers Association, among others. So she was endorsed by all the police unions and everything. Okay? McCarthy's bill to require the state to investigate fatal police shootings as well as the body camera legislation were opposed by law enforcement representatives and failed to pass in 2015. Both issues are expected to be reconsidered by lawmakers this year, and that was in 2016. Melina Abdullah, a professor at Pan-African... Okay, now understand, pay attention to this. Melina Abdullah, a professor of Pan-African Studies at Cal State LA, and an active member of the Black Lives Matter movement, said of Harris, "This is not the time for timidity." Martin Luther King said, "If you tell black people to wait, that means never." So I'm going to say that right now. She was the vice president, Biden was the president, and they did nothing for black people. Specifically, they heard that we wanted reparations. They heard all the things. They heard that we wanted a crime bill. They heard all the things, and they gave us nothing. And now they are telling us that if we vote for them for one more go round again, then it will finally give us something. That we just have to wait until they get that second term. And I'm going to repeat this. Martin Luther King said, "If you tell black people to wait, that means never." But Abdullah praised the Attorney General for increasing transparency on police conduct through the Open Justice website. Now we back to this website again, and here's where the tea is going to come out about the website. It provides the public with data on arrest rates in custody and arrest-related deaths and law enforcement officers killed or assaulted, breaking the number down by race and ethnicity, cause of death, and other factors. Natasha Minsker of the American Civil Liberties Union of California calls Harris's push for increased transparency a very good sign, but she wants that effort expanded to include records about specific cases, not just aggregated data. So she's not even giving you information on specific cases. She's only giving you just a large amount, like, okay, this is the number. She's not giving you specific cases, so you can't do any investigations on who did what and what did where. Hi, K Fighter, thanks for coming back. So she's not telling us nothing. So she put up a do nothing website to tell you numbers that she's not going to prosecute, and then she's not even giving you the specifics of what happened so that you could even figure out what she needs to prosecute. Hi, 717 Gems. Okay? So basically her website is worth nothing. Okay? It's worth nothing because you can't make any actions. You can't do anything with the information that she's giving you. She's just placating, pandering, like she always does, like she's doing right now. She's pandering, pretending, make believe that she's going to do something for us. Okay. Make believe transparency. Okay. Sounds like somebody else. Like Eric Adams. Eric Adams just got tired of the make believe transparency and he just finally pushed the girl out. I talked about that already. See my previous videos, okay? Natasha Minsker of the American Civil Liberties Union of California calls Harris's push for increased transparency a very good idea, but she wants that effort expanded to include about specific cases, not just aggravating data. And that's why I say hindsight is 20/20. I'm not going to fault people for not seeing it, but now we have the luxury of having a record to look at to see who she really is. San Francisco did not have the luxury of such a lengthy record to look at, to reference, to find out, does she really mean, does she walk it how she talks it? That's what she was saying, right? That's what she said. That's what she had said. She was quoting Quavo. Talk about how she walk it like she talks. She does not. And I'm proving that she don't walk it like she talk it. Okay, let's keep going. Records exist that document police misconduct that the public is not allowed to see, Minsker said. California has the most secretive laws in the nation, and she did nothing to make that transparent. Although she ran on a ticket of transparency, she did nothing to make it transparent. All she did was tell you, okay, well, we shooting like 10 of y'all a year. We shooting like 20 of y'all a year. But she did nothing. Okay, but you already... For example, the then Attorney General Bill Locklear launched a civil rights inquiry in the 1998 shooting death of Tyisha Miller by 4 Riverside Police Department officers. Miller, a 19-year-old black woman, was killed by officers who saw her passed out in a car with a gun on her lap. Easy, guys. Understand that California got different gun laws than us. Okay, so I know in New York that sounds crazy, but in California they got different gun laws. The investigation revealed widespread civil rights violations by police and concluded that the department had failed to uniformly enforce the law. As a result, the agency was under state oversight for 5 years. And again, that sounds like a good thing to be done, but what was the result? Because after this person left and there was the oversight and all of these things, it was happening again. So that's not the answer either, but at least they tried to pretend like they were going to do more. She's not even pretending. She's just lying. Just saying, making up whatever, just saying whatever. Whatever she think you want to hear, she's saying it. She must have learned that from Willie Brown. When he was sitting there telling her, oh, I'm going to leave my wife. Oh, you know what I'm saying? You the only girl for me. You know what I'm saying? When he was sitting there telling her all that. And then left her for a white woman and had a baby and then paid her way more money than he was paying her. Paid the white woman $2.3 million. Paid her way more. You know, she must have learned how to just lie like that. I mean, she just lying like a rug, like my mom said. She lying like a rug. Okay, Sam Stay Fit. Hi, how are you? Okay. David Beltram, spokesman for the State Attorney General's office, said the agency has not closed any civil rights enforcement cases over the last 5 years under Harris, but was keeping a close eye on a variety of matters. Now, here's the problem. Latifah Simon, an advocate for criminal justice reform with the Rosenberg Foundation in San Francisco, said that Harris has devoted her legal career to ensuring Californians are treated justly and fairly. So she lying too. K-Fighter says anyone who is a career side chick can't be trusted. Absolutely. Keep that hoe in the trash when she belongs. Facts. In the trash. Okay? Or we're not done yet. Okay? Because we running her history down. We are running, and we're going to take as long as it's going to take to run her history down. I want no questions asked at the end of this. Biden lies too. Actually, Biden be telling the truth. He say he ain't going to do nothing. He don't. Biden don't even lie. He sit there and try to browbeat you into voting for him. He told us that we not black if we don't vote for him. He never said he wasn't going to do a goddamn thing. Nothing about nothing. Matter of fact, you know, when he was a senator, he was talking about the crime bill. He was calling us super predators. Isn't God good that he was sitting there calling us super predators because of crack, and then his son ended up being a crackhead? Praise Harriet. Okay, and when I say Harriet, I'm talking about Harriet Tubman. Okay, isn't God good? The irony. Kamala, this article is in the New York Times, was in the New York Times. This was written January 17, 2019, okay? Kamala Harris was not a progressive prosecutor. Okay, let's see if oh, thank goodness. My highlights are there. When my highlights are there, it makes it much easier for me. But some of them was disappeared. Anyway, let's get going. In 2014, she declined to take a position on Proposition 47, a ballot initiative approved by voters that reduced certain low-level felonies to misdemeanors. We talked about this. She laughed that year when a reporter asked if she would support legalization of marijuana for recreational use. You know what? Let's see if they have that video. No, they don't. I had a feeling that's probably why I didn't have it, because there wasn't nothing linked to it. Because I would have brought that up, but they didn't have the link. The link is broken. She laughed that year when a reporter asked if she would support the legalization of marijuana for recreational use. Ms. Harris finally reversed course in 2018, long after public opinion had shifted on the topic. In 2015, she opposed a bill requiring her office to investigate shootings involving officers, and she refused to support statewide standards for regulating the use of body-worn cameras by police officers. So remember, when she sits there and talk about how she was the leading prosecutor or the leading attorney general to mandate body-worn cameras, understand that she did not mandate them. She just suggested it. She said, "You do as you want, though." Okay, for this, she incurred criticism from an array of left-leaning reformers, including Democratic state senators, the ACLU, and San Francisco elected public defender. And this is what I'm saying. Like, all of these people are now lockstep in line with her. That's crazy to me. It's crazy. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. She is our enemy. And here's the thing. I'm no Trump supporter. But when Trump is in office, he didn't do half of this, 1/3 of this, 1/8 of this, 1/16 of this. He didn't do a minuscule piece of this. to the black society. But her record is 3,000 miles long, all the way, because her record is 3,000 miles long, all the way from California to DC. 3,000 miles long of her locking black people up, ignoring when they're innocent, making sure that she wins her cases. That's the only thing she cares about, and her cases are all against making sure that black people go to jail, because we showed the video from Judge Joe Brown where he talked about the fact that she only picked the black people to do these things too. She was not prosecuting this hard across the board, because we also saw in the video with the judges explaining to her subordinates that she had not prosecuted anybody in her office when they lied and put a known liar and paid a known liar to testify against a defendant. So, like I said, her record is 3,000 miles long, and I'm not even finished yet. And you want me to vote for her? Even if she was black, I wouldn't vote for her. Because regardless of whatever color she is a traitor to black society. All black people. It don't even matter. Okay, let's go back. Worst of all, Miss Harris's period. Okay, K-Fighter? Worst of all, though, Miss Harris's record in wrongful conviction cases, okay? Worst of all, though, we're going to read it again. Oh, no, we missed an important sentence. The last sentence in the paragraph. The activist Felicia Jones, who supported Miss Harris for years, asked how many people need to die before she steps in. She was causing people's deaths. She was taking people's lives away. Worst of all is Miss Harris's record in wrongful conviction cases. Consider George Gage, an electrician with no criminal record who was charged in 1999 with sexually abusing his stepdaughter, who reported the allegations years later. Oh my goodness. What happened to my thing? My highlight just disappeared. Worst of all, though, is Miss Harris's record with wrongful conviction cases. Consider George Gage, an electrician with no criminal record who was charged in 1999 with sexually abusing his stepdaughter, who reported the allegations years later. The case largely hinged on the stepdaughter's testimony that Mr. Gage was convicted. Afterward, the judge discovered that the prosecutor had unlawfully, okay, another judge, this is a different judge, okay? She was constantly reprimanded for doing illegal stuff against black people. This is her record, her 3,000-mile record. Afterward, the judge discovered that the prosecutor had unlawfully held back potential exculpatory evidence, including medical reports indicating that the stepdaughter had been repeatedly untruthful with law enforcement. Her mother even described her as a pathological liar who lives in her lies. That's a hell of a statement. She said she lives in her lies. In 2015, when the case reached the United States Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit in San Francisco, Miss Harris's prosecutors defended the conviction. They pointed out that Mr. Gage, while forced to act as his own lawyer, now remember, the other guy, his lawyer was disbarred because he was so terrible. And now this is another case where this man had to act as his own lawyer. They pointed out that Mr. Gage, while forced to act as his own lawyer, had not properly raised the legal issue in the lower court as the law required. Oh, Lou said her husband is a wicked man too. I'm not shocked to hear that. We talked about the fact that he cheated on his prior wife and got another woman pregnant with the nanny, or another nanny, his nanny pregnant on the wife. Okay? We also talked about the fact that Kamala Harris, that Judge Joe Brown said that Kamala Harris was basically a call girl. And when he said that, I remembered an article, and I brought up an article from the Griot because I wanted to make sure that I picked a Democratic leaning article, right? That talked about the fact that there was prostitution in the AKA sorority. Okay? And then her and her husband met on a blind date. The now husband met, well, I don't think she had any other husbands. But the now husband, they met on a blind date. Does that sound interesting to you? Sounds interesting to me. K-Fighter said, yes, she was a call date eye candy for celebrity men. Okay. And then she meets the husband on a blind date. And like I said, I don't have nothing against AKAs. I'm sure, I'm not saying that every single AKA is with that, type of behavior, but that is well documented that there was prostitution going on within the AKA sorority. That the bigger sisters was getting the younger sisters she was pimping out the younger sisters so they could get money just to join. Okay, we talked about that earlier. All right, so let's continue with this. In 2015, when the case reached the United States Court of Appeals of the United States Circuit, Ms. Harris prosecutors defended the conviction. They pointed out that Mr. Gage, while forced to act, blah, 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 we read that. Sorry. The appellate judges acknowledged his impediment and sent the case to mediation. Again, the judges are trying to give her a break. A clear signal for Ms. Harris to dismiss the case. Just like that. So how many times did judges do this to her? Try to give her breaks. Try to tell her, girl, this is egregious. And it's going to look egregious if we have a ruling on this. Go back and drop this case so we don't have to write you down in history as being super... as having the most, well, we already talked about this, an epidemic. They already said that you have an epidemic of misconduct, a prosecutorial misconduct. We don't want to add to that. Go back and fix it. They like teachers. Go back and fix this essay. Lou never had nobody tell her that because she was so good in school, okay? Nobody ain't ever told her go back and fix this essay. Okay. The appellate judges acknowledged his impediment and sent the case to mediation, a clear sign for Ms. Harris to dismiss the case. Okay. When she refused to budge, the court upheld the conviction on is that Lou putting the hundreds in there? That's right, Lou. That's right. She's brilliant. Okay. When she refused to budge, the court upheld the conviction on the technicality that Mr. Gage is still in prison, serving a 70-year sentence. The judge said that she was wrong. The appeals court said she was wrong. But she's done everything she could, and now he is still in jail for 70 years. 70 years. Can you imagine that this is your brother? That this is your uncle? This is your father? This is your cousin? This is your man? She got this innocent man in jail for 70 years. Every time I get to that part, I lose it a little bit. I lose it a little bit. 70 years. And she just walking around here, giggling, laughing. This man is in jail right now. We cannot let her, the buck stops here, Miss Harris. You will get no further. You will get no further. You cannot fool us all with all this fake support. You act like you got. No, we got your record. Your record is 3,000 miles long, and we're going to read every single mile tonight. Okay? She only, okay. This is where they were talking about the, this is going to be another person that she got in jail. Hold on one second. And then there's the Kevin Cooper, the death row inmate whose trial was infected by racism and corruption. He sought advanced DNA testing to prove his innocence, but Miss Harris opposed it. Okay, I want you to keep in mind, remember, she was all for DNA testing when the lab technician was a cokehead. When the lab technician was a proven cokehead because the sister called and told them that she was a cokehead. That's the only way they found out that she was a cokehead. Because they refused to pay attention to the missing coke. They refused to pay attention to the people that work with her that were saying that something is wrong with her. I don't know what it is. They were trying everything but not saying what they thought it was. Okay? So she was all fine, and she refused to submit that information. The fact that they had a proven and convicted cokehead who stole cocaine, a coke thief too. A coke thief. So she refused to tell the defendants of the cases, or the people convicted in the cases, or their lawyers, that they had a cokehead doing the tests, and that could have affected the results. She refused to tell them. A judge had to force her, another judge had to force her to tell the truth. But when it comes to this case with Kevin Cooper, where DNA could exonerate him and tell the truth and prove his innocence, now she's opposed to DNA evidence. You see what I'm saying? She is our open enemy. She is our open enemy. After the New York Times expose of the case went viral, she finally then reversed her position after she was embarrassed. That's the only way you can do her. You have to embarrass her. That's what I'm here to do tonight. I'm here to embarrass her with her own record. I'm here to embarrass her with the past. I'm here to bring up all the skeletons in her closet and show them to the world. I want to prove to you tonight that even if she is a black woman, but I'm going to get into her lineage at the end of the video, but even if she is a black woman, I still would not vote for her. That's what I'm here to do tonight. She's despicable. That's right, Lou. Hi, Katie. She is despicable. Okay? And this is a shame because the state's top prosecutor has the power and the imperative to seek justice. But that she told us from the beginning that she was here to bring. Let me see if I can find it, because I want to put her exact words out here. She said, yeah, because I had everything printed out too. She said, this is when she was running. Hold on. Let's find it. Right here. She said she was here to bring professionalism and competence to the job of prosecuting the city's criminals. So she felt that the prior one wasn't competent enough to prosecute, not seek justice. So this is one of the few times where she actually told the truth. Matter of fact, I think I might keep that and I'll put it back in its order. Okay? In cases of tainted convictions, it means conceding error and overturning them. Rather than fulfilling that obligation, Ms. Harris turned legal technicalities into weapons so she could cement injustices. You see that weapon? They said that she used them as weapons, right? Someone who would use a weapon against black society is our open enemy. Okay? And that's what I'm here to prove tonight. Am I proving it? Am I proving it? I'm not going to sit here and I'll interject my feelings and the and my opinions into the articles, but I'm here tonight with facts. I'm not going to sit here and do no arguing, no back and forth, no none of that. We here with facts. We here with receipts. We here with the truth. We here with her record that's 3,000 miles long. From D.C. to California. Okay. Rather than fulfilling that obligation, Ms. Harris has turned legal technicalities into weapons so she could cement injustice. Cement. You know how hard cement is? Cement injustices. In the truths we hold, Ms. Harris's recently published memoir, she writes, America has a deep and dark, more nasally. America has a deep and dark history of people using the power of the prosecutor as an instrument of injustice. She, and I'm putting the finger right back on her, she used the prosecutor as an instrument of injustice. She was the prosecutor that was the instrument of injustice. She's sitting there talking about all this other stuff. She just lying. She just says anything. She's a big fat phase-on liar. Okay? She adds, I know this history well. Of innocent men framed and charges brought against people without sufficient evidence, of prosecutors hiding information that would exonerate defendants, of disproportionate application of the law. Okay, isn't that exactly what the judges told her? That she had a case against somebody without sufficient evidence. She was hiding information. She hid information that would exonerate defendants, and she used the law disproportionate. She applied the law in a disproportionate manner to black people. Okay? All too often, she was on the wrong side of that history. Okay? I'm going to say, and dare I say all the time, every single time, you'd be hard pressed to find a time when she was on the right side of that history. Show that to me. Because even when she say, oh, you know, I got police to wear body cameras, and I created a website to collect data on police misconduct and all this kind of stuff. That's a trick. You know what I call a 5,000-year-old genie trick? That's a 5,000-year-old genie trick because you had a website to collect the data, but you didn't tell nobody no information so they could investigate, and nor did you investigate. Nor did you even get somebody else to investigate. Okay? And then it's a 5,000-year-old genie trick that you got police to wear body-worn cameras because you didn't force them to do it. And so you kind of made it up to them. Like, okay, well, I bought the camera, but if they choose not to wear it, they choose not to wear it. And knowing that they wouldn't be prosecuted for anything, nor would they be disciplined for anything, why would they do it? Why would they volunteer to put on the camera? Why? So Everything that she claims that she has done for black society has been a 5,000-year-old genie trick, and it's just words. She actually didn't do anything. So like I said, and when they write this article, all too often she was on the wrong side of history, they were being nice. And because I'm going to say all the time, you know how often that God is good? All the time? Yeah, all the time. She was on the wrong side of history. She was on the wrong side of history as many times as God is good. All the time. It is true that politicians must make concessions to get support of key interest groups. The fierce collective opposition of law enforcement and local district attorneys association can be hard to overcome at the ballot box. But in her career, Ms. Harris did not barter, trade, let me read that again. But in her career, Ms. Harris did not barter or trade to get the support of more conservative law and order types. She gave it all away. Isn't that what call girls do? Isn't that what side pieces do? They give it away. And I say she didn't give it away. She got something for it. She kept moving up the ladder, even though she kept pissing people off. She wasn't doing anything. She doesn't have a history of working. She doesn't have a history of working. Of course. Okay, wait. That's it for that one. Okay. Because like I said, I can't read every single, the completion, like the entirety of every single article. So I'm just going to read. I'm going to just hit on the important parts and go to the next one. Here's another article. This one was written June 23rd, 2018. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I have any. As a matter of fact, let's hear Judge Joe Brown talk about her work ethic. Yeah, that's a. Let's interject that right now. Hold on one second. We're going to go back to Judge Joe Brown. Okay. Where did I? Here we go. 1943. Okay.
This woman who has no experience with diplomacy except what we've seen as an abject failure when they gave her the go to be the chief diplomat on the ground in Europe for the United States. She just embarrassed the hell out of the country with her word salad nonsense. We found she had not grown out of her California habit of being extremely lazy. And we had this mass turnover in her staff who indicated that they were just disgusted at staying up late at night and doing all this work to give her briefings, and she wouldn't pay any attention. And from the lawyers that I know in California who actually dealt with her in a courtroom, they said instead of preparation, she just hiked up her hemline when she wanted to make an impression. So that's the kind of thing we have. But we're left with someone that...
Okay, so we're going to end it right there. And I'm just going to really quick, I want to go back to... Do I want to play that now? Yes, because I think I was supposed to play it earlier and I didn't. So I just want to go back to this part right here. We talked about her and the prostitution or call girl status and AKAs. And let's just play Judge Joe Brown talking about that really quick since we have him up, okay? Let's play that real quick. Oh. Sorry, guys. So we have I just want to play a video really quick of Judge Joe Brown talking about her call girl status and why he's saying that and what he noticed and how she was able to move up, because this is part of her 3,000-mile long record. Okay, let's just do this really quick. Okay, yeah, Judge Joe Brown hits every point. That's he does. He definitely does. Okay, so let's just play this really quick.
Because just because you have color to you does not mean you are black or African American or Afro American or ADOS or whatever. And this woman has absolutely no connection to the black man in America. Now, she's AKA, but so was my mother. My mother, for the AKAs out there, got made 1934. She's an ivy behind the wall. So I can talk. I don't have anything against her. Love mama, you know, like dad. Proud of him. But anyway, she is going through this stuff claiming that because she's an AKA, this makes her a black woman, and she's the first black Greek to be vice president of the United States and likely candidate for president of the United States. No, that's a lie. The Alphas, A-Phi-A, they had Hubert Humphrey, big 6'4" tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed white boy, balding, who got made with a lot of wood back in the late 30s as an undergrad, and then again as a grad student in the late 40s, and he was vice president of the United States under Lyndon B. Johnson.
Okay, so being an AKA does not mean black. All right, so let's see. Now let me go back to this article now. Let's go back. Go back to the article. Okay. This article is called Kamala Harris's Career as an AG Was Built on Truancy and Separation of Black Children and Families, Separating Families. Okay, actually, before we go into that, let's play Judge Joe Brown talking about that. Let's talk about that. Because, you know, I just love Judge Joe Brown. So let's talk about him talking about that truancy thing. Okay, hold on one second, because it's a little quick clip, not too long. I tried to get everything together. Oh, let's play a quick clip of Judge Joe Brown talking about Kamala Harris's truancy. Okay, so hold on one second. Here we go.
Now, how she got there in California is she's not a parent. She has no children, though she adopted her Jewish husband's children. And that's after they were essentially in high school. But she locked up more than 1,000 parents because they supposedly had delinquent children. And a lot of these parents, basically single female parents, mothers, black mothers, dropped the kids off, say, on the steps of the school, and the kid played hooky. They didn't know, but they got locked up. She gave out the...
Okay. Okay. So now let's read this article that I have here. Take the judge out. Okay. Kamala Harris' career as an AG was built on truancy and separation of black children and families, separating families. To say that I am angered would be an understatement. This was written June 23rd, 2018. Hi, Nalija. Hi, Bala. To say that I'm angered would be an understatement. To say that I have hope that my people will wake up from this con game being played against us would be a lie. Well, I disagree with her on that. We're waking up. I know it took a long time, and I understand in 2018 how this woman may have felt, but I appreciate you. Her name is Charlie Peach. I appreciate you for writing this article, and we're gonna get the word out. We're gonna get the word out, and what you taking the time to write this will not be in vain. and we will wake up, and this is the buck stops here. She will get no further. Okay, ma'am. Okay, I know you feel bad about this. It's gut wrenching to watch. It's gut wrenching watching Kamala Harris boldly protesting the separation of refugee children and families, and all of her concerns about the incarceration of women and its economic effects. Yet, as district attorney, she successfully championed a statewide version of an anti-truancy law that she had put in place in San Francisco, a law that threatened parents of chronically truant children with as much as a $2,000 fine and a year in jail. 1 year. Kamala Harris's career was built on slave labor of black and brown prisoners and the pettiness of truancy laws that separated poor and mostly black mothers from their children. Harris was so proud of her history with taking mothers from their children that she used it as her signature campaign agenda while running for AG. She said, "We are putting parents on notice," she said in her inaugural speech as Attorney General. "If you fail your responsibility to your kids, we are going to work to make sure you face the full force and consequences of the law," said Kamala Harris. Okay, so she was locking up black women because she didn't lock up any white ones for this. Out of all the crimes that are being committed in California, Harris thought that charging poor and mostly black mothers of truancy, then separating them from their families, causing many to lose their jobs, and finally locking up those who could not afford the $2,000 fine she imposed, was ultimately the crimes of the century. Not the illegal immigrant selling crack or coke and then robbing somebody of their purse and then running them over there with a car laughing. No, not that, but truancy. Okay, if you're chronically truant from elementary school, you are 4 times more likely to drop out and become a perpetrator or a victim of a crime, Harris said in a commercial. That's why we're taking on truancy crisis in California Department of Justice. I forgot to put my Kamala Harris voice on. In Harris's autobiography, she brags about locking up poor mothers and separating them from their children for truancy. Once these mothers are arrested and held for days, they are then charged with thousands of dollars in fines that they cannot pay. And ultimately, they end up in a prison system for a crime of simply being poor. However, when it came to prosecute Steve Mnuchin of the One West Bank for corruption around the foreclosure of over 80,000 homeowners in California, she refused to do so. Oh, that's probably because she was with that. Because I'm sure there was a lot of black people in that 80,000 homeowners, if not all. Okay? And you know what? Let's just take a break from this article real quick. I want to play a video of her laughing about truancy. Well, actually, it starts off with her lying about truancy and then her laughing about truancy, because it's videos taken from 2 separate times. So let's take a look at that real quick. Hold on, let's put this down and let's put this.
My regret is that I have now heard stories that where in some jurisdictions DAs have criminalized the parents. And I regret that has happened, and that the thought that anything that I did could have led to that, because that certainly was not the intent. So I decided I was going to start prosecuting parents for truancy. Well, this was a little controversial in San Francisco.
Give their parent the resources, hold the school districts accountable. Why aren't the school districts raising the alarm and putting all the resources possible into getting these kids to school every day? And as a result of our initiative, first of all, nobody went to jail.
Okay, they showing pictures of
If it doesn't improve, and if we see the kid back in the system, then the penalty goes up and would likely result in that parent being sent to jail. My regret is...
Okay. Okay. So after she did it, she then said, "Oh, you know, I deeply, that wasn't my intention." But the video clearly shows that was her intention. So, like I said, she be talking out both sides of her neck. Lou said, "With a friend like Kamala, we don't need no enemies." Exactly. Exactly. We don't need. She is our enemy. She is the enemy. She's the enemy in a skirt. She's the enemy with a little melanin. She's the enemy with a and pause. Okay. This whole Kamala Harris has a silk press thing really gets on my nerves. Y'all know that woman ain't got no silk press. She sat up there and told y'all that she uses a blow dryer and one of them roly brushes things. Who can curl their hair like that? You can't blow dry your hair like that. You know why? Because we black. You know who do their hair like that? White folks. That's how white folks dry their hair. Stop calling her hair silk press. That's not a silk press. She's not pressing out a goddamn thing. All she needs is a blow dryer and a roly brush. That is not a silk press. I'm so aggravated with people sitting there talking about it. She got the hair that y'all be buying. Y'all be buying the hair off of her people. I used to do it too. I ain't gonna lie. I used to do it too. You know what I'm saying? But y'all be buying the hair off of her people. That's the type of hair she has. She don't have our hair. Y'all sitting there calling it a silk press. She not black. That's not no silk press. She ain't got no kink in that hair. Ain't no kink in that. She ain't pressing nothing now. She don't need no silk nothing. She don't need no moisturizer. She don't need no silk. She don't need no pink moisturizer. She don't need no cholesterol treatments. Come on now. No locks. Oh, you know she ain't getting no locks now. Come on now, Lou. You know she ain't getting no locks. Even though she is quote unquote Jamaican. She don't identify with the Rasta crowd. She don't identify with the maroon crowd of Jamaica. She don't identify with none of that. Okay? So, okay, let me get back to the article now. Oh, and Steve Mnuchin. You know what? Hold on, because Judge Joe Brown has this part where he was talking about Steve Mnuchin. Hold on, let's play that real quick. We might as well get that in real quick. Let's see.
The Brown Boys. The Brown Boys. The Brown Boys. We the Brown Boys.
Why does it do that?
The Brown Boys.
I'm pausing.
We the Brown Boys. That song became a classic.
I don't understand why it's not pausing. It's just playing when it want to play. Hold on. I said pause. Let's try it again.
The Brown Boys. The Brown Boys. The Brown Boys. We the.
Oh my gosh. That's really annoying me. Okay, now let me try it.
The Brown Boys.
There we go. Okay, now let me get it to the spot. There we go. Okay, it's just a little technical difficulties. All right, so let's get to the Steve Mnuchin part. Okay, let's start it from right there.
Do with lynching, but everything with interjecting sexual orientation into American federal criminal law. Now, away from that, back to her. We have One West Bank that was owned by the billionaire George Soros. It was CEO'd by Mnuchin, who infamously was with the Obama administration. Well, they defrauded a lot of people with this mortgage bundling scheme, And throughout California, various counties returned a total of more than 5,200 counts of indictments against One West Bank and Mnuchin for felonious conduct. So Mnuchin and Soros sponsored, raised a lot of money, and got it through some channels to get Kamala Harris elected as Attorney General for California. She used the authority of that office to consolidate all of these indictments and get them dismissed. And then a few weeks later, Soros sold One West Bank for $4.2 billion. And a lot of people were out of their houses, homes, investments, and were destitute as a result.
Okay, so now let's read the article talking about this. Okay, let's go back to the article. Okay, so now let's read the article talking about this. Okay, let's go back to the article. In Harris's autobiography, she brags about locking up poor mothers and separating them from their children for truancy. Once these mothers are arrested and held for days, they are then charged with thousands of dollars in fines that they cannot pay, and ultimately end up in the prison system for the crime of simply being poor. However, when it came time to prosecute Steve Mnuchin of One West Bank for corruption around the foreclosure of over 80,000 homeowners in California, she refused to do so. The Campaign for Accountability called for a federal investigation of Mnuchin and One West Bank, claiming they had used potentially illegal tactics to foreclose on as many as 80,000 Californian homes. Yet, despite internal memos explicitly mentioning numerous prosecutable offenses by Mnuchin and company, the then California Attorney General Kamala Harris refused to prosecute. So let's keep this. Let's keep a running tab now. When her lab technician in the crime lab was using coke and messing up at work, she did not want to tell defendants and their attorneys about the situation. She was forced by a judge to do so. When she didn't have enough evidence to prosecute somebody, she got someone to lie and gave them incentive to lie on that person so badly that the judge had to tell her, just go drop this case before I have to put your name down in history. Okay. And when the opportunity comes for her to actually, because somebody was asking me earlier in the broadcast, they had said, isn't she supposed to prosecute people as the prosecutor? The problem is she picked and chose when she was going to prosecute. This one, so even though people it was the internal memo explicitly mentioned numerous prosecutable offenses by Mnuchin and company, California Attorney General Kamala Harris refused to prosecute. She's never given an explanation for her decision, and Mnuchin later donated $2,000 to the Harris campaign, and it was only his donation to it, and it was his only donation to a Democratic candidate. Okay. I want to play another video before we move further, and I don't think I have that one pulled up, but I think I can pull it up really fast. Hold on. Because I forgot it, but this one is important. Okay. So it's just going to have to look like this. Let's see this. Oh no, I did pull this one up. I remember now. I remember trying to figure out how I was going to do that. Let me see. Money. There it is.
I can't be the only person who's disturbed by these figures of how much money she's raised in one day, or who also doesn't believe them.
Yeah, did Kamala Harris actually raise $81 million in 24 hours? And over $100 million in 36 hours, mostly from small dollar donors, according to Democratic fundraising platform ActBlue. I mean, those numbers would be astronomical for anyone, let alone a candidate who received a whopping 844 votes in the 2020 Democratic primary. So
I had to stop it right there. She had 844 votes in the Democratic primary. And right now, they forced Biden to step down, and we never voted for her to be our Democratic representative. Well, not our, because I'm not. The Democrats never even voted for her. How do y'all feel about that? The Democrats never even voted for her to be the Democratic candidate. She only got 844 votes. But now she is the in the lead with 844 votes. Let's just start there. All right, let me finish.
So I can understand why people are a little sus about those numbers. And looking into this, things are about to get real murky, and I am not sure if people are going to like what I found. So I'm citing a 2023 article in the Carolina Journal. Investigation indicates ActBlue potentially laundered fraudulent political donations. An investigative journalist from North Carolina, Stephen Horn, has made a significant discovery in the Federal Election Commission database, revealing a scheme to potentially launder fraudulent political donations through multiple left-wing organizations, including ActBlue. Remember, ActBlue is the primary Democratic fundraising platform online. All right, so Horn and two other volunteers, Kelly Lane and Steve, unearthed evidence of two Raleigh residents whose names and addresses were employed to record substantial amounts of money donated to Democratic organizations. And just so everybody's aware, platforms like ActBlue are required to disclose political contributions to the FEC, including who made the donation, when they made it, their address, and the amount of the donation. Look at this data. This is so bizarre. One donor, same day, just dozens of contributions. By the way, this is all public information. So you can go to the FEC website, do a search.
Hi, XOXO. Okay, let's get this popping.
When they made it, their address, and the amount of the donation. Look at this data. This is so bizarre. One donor, same day, just dozens of contributions. By the way, this is all public information. So you can go to the FEC website, do a search, see what you find. All right, the article goes on. However, a perplexing twist emerged when both individuals emphatically stated their inability to contribute such exorbitant sums.
There was a flurry of donations made in your name. About 20 donations. Have you ever donated to ActBlue? Yeah. Okay. This donations made. Do they look familiar to you at all?
Not necessarily.
So you can see there's a bunch of $100 donations in your name. With this address. Oh, well, listen. Jeez Louise.
I did not make a flurry of,
One would remember that.
Yeah, you can't watch that not going on. The result of these investigations suggests that the ActBlue fundraising platform is being used to launder fraudulent political donations using the names and addresses of ordinary citizens. If the individual whose name and address is on a contribution did not, in fact, make that contribution, it seems likely that the money is coming from a source which would not be legally able to make the contribution directly. That is wild. Now, to be clear, I'm not saying that's what's going on right now because we don't have the data for that. The FEC website is only updated, but the disclosure only happens on a monthly basis. What I am saying is that based on past reporting, probably ask a few more questions as to where the hundreds of millions of dollars actually came from. Or maybe it's just...
Okay. So, and I know that that's not far-fetched because Eric Adams is the very same thing. How many articles have I read about the Turkish people were doing it? There were people, I mean, all kinds of organizations. This was basically Eric Adams' MO. So we know that this is a Democratic tactic that they use all the time to be able to launder money through their campaigns. We also know that before the George Floyd situation, that the Democratic Party was broke. They had no money. Under Donna Brazile, they were having all kinds of problems. They were bankrupt. And we have seen that a lot of the donations coming from the George Floyd uprising were funneled through the Go Blue or Act Blue. I can't remember what the name of the website. That Act Blue website. That's where the donations they were going. They were being funneled through the Black Lives Matter, going to the Act Blue website. So this is something that we've already known. They supposedly arrested the Black Lives Matter people. Hi, we the black people. They arrested the Black Lives Matter figurehead so that they could, put a black face to it and be like, oh, it's her fault. But the money went to the Democratic Party. She got a little chunk of change, and then they took it back from her. You know how they do. Okay. Now, I'm going to finish reading this article now. So imagine the real shock and awe I see feeling Kamala Harris's plastered across the news, lamenting her pain for mothers separated from their children. Okay? Watching the past week's display of faux outrage by the Democratic Party has been jaw-dropping. But watching politicians like Kamala Harris and John Lewis and Elijah Cummings has been insulting beyond belief to me as a black woman and a mother. The real face of Kamala Harris. Getting smart on crime does not mean reducing sentences or punishment for crimes, she explains in her book. Okay, she's telling the truth in her book. As her website outlines, Kamala believes that we must maintain a relentless focus on reducing violence and aggressively prosecuting violent criminals. Oh, well, she doesn't mind violent criminals as long as they're wearing a uniform. She does not mind violence as long as it comes from someone in a uniform or in the legal. Either way, she does not mind that. So she's not trying to focus and reduce all violence or all violent crimes, nor is she actively prosecuting all violent crimes. She's only prosecuting certain violent crimes or certain people she's accusing of violent crimes, because we already see that she will lie in a minute. She will pay someone to lie in a minute too. Fittingly, when she became San Francisco DA, the felony conviction rose from 52% to 67% in the 3 years. Okay, so she accomplished her goal. She had more wins on the scoreboard. In practice, Harris defended California's uniquely cruel 3 strikes law, the only one in the country which imposed life sentences for a third strike that was a minor felony. She urged voters to reject Proposition 66, a ballot initiative that would have reformed the harsh law of making only serious or violent felonies trigger life sentences. Harris promised that if voters rejected the initiative, she would put forward her own different reform. She lied. She lied, which is what she does. She lies. Harris's bullishness on the 3 strikes was unusual. When she ran for Attorney General, her Republican opponent actually ran on her left of the issue. In fact, 4 years earlier, as the Los Angeles County District Attorney, he had proposed a reform of the law. Harris had not supported it. The below video, blah, blah, blah. I have no faith anymore that my people will wake up. Okay, I'm not going to read that because I'm not even going to put that into the atmosphere. We are waking up. We will wake up, and I will be a part of us waking up. And I thank you, ma'am, and I understand your cynicism because you watched a lot. But the buck stops here. The buck stopped here, and I thank you for writing this article so that we could tell the truth. We could go back and look at her record. Okay, so we're going to head to the next article. Kamala Harris, can a top cop win over progressives in 2020? Okay. We're going to skip down. Let's see. Okay, thank you. My highlights are there. I love it when my highlights are there because a lot of the articles, the highlights disappeared. Today, Harris presents herself as an advocate for victims of sexual exploitation, but her practices as a prosecutor and the legislation she has supported has often conflated human trafficking with consensual sex work. Now, here's, hi Kwame. I'm going to agree with that. I feel that has been happening all across the country. They are confusing human trafficking or labeling everything as human trafficking when it is not the same. I'm not saying that prostitution is legal or that it should be legal. I'm saying those are two different crimes and they should have two different penalties. Okay, human trafficking is a completely egregious and prostitution is prostitution. And all the people in the world that should know that shit should be Kamala Harris. Because did Willie Brown human traffic her? No, she did not. She was a willing participant in the prostitution. So if she was a willing participant, she of all people should know the difference between human trafficking and consensual adult sex work. But you know, when you want to prosecute anybody, you want to get them the most time that you can, you're going to label everything as human trafficking. Harris's DA, hold on a second. Let's see. Okay. Harris's DA office participated in sting operations that used female police officers to pose as prostitutes and arrest men who interact with them. So you see who she's trying to get. People who, consenting adults who are looking, you know, for adults. That's who she is prosecuting. When we got all the child pedophiles that's going around here, she not worried about that. She was prosecuting mothers for their children being truant when she was giving illegals a free pass to commit felonies and then giving them clean records afterwards. And saying that she could not call the federal ICE the federal ICE officers for them, but she is willing, under her administration, she had police that had damn near police gangs that was running around beating up black people and planting drugs on them and shooting them whenever they felt like it. She was fine with that. Harris's office participated in a sting of operations that used female police officers to pose as prostitutes and arrest men who interacted with them. Okay? Hold on. We're going to skip down because I can't read the whole thing because it's already long. Okay? In 2016, numerous male officers across the Bay Area became embroiled in a sexual exploitation scandal. Now, remember earlier, okay, she said that she wanted an illegal alien, an illegal migrant or whatever, to be able, if they were a victim of sexual assault, to be able to run outside and flag down police and not have to worry about ICE. But she never said anything about having to worry about the officers then sexually abusing the person. Now, as much as I want the illegals to go home, I do not wish sexual assault on anyone. Just send them home. Don't sexually assault them. Don't rape them. Just send them home. But she was fine. When 2016, when numerous male officers across the Bay Area became embroiled in a sexual exploitation scandal. And she didn't label none of that as human trafficking. She knew the difference between human trafficking and that. So this is her 3,000-mile record that shows that even if Kamala was black, which I'm going to prove her lineage later on, but even if she was black, I still wouldn't vote for her, just like I don't like Eric Adams and I would never vote for him. I didn't vote for him the first time. I won't vote for him the second time, and I can't wait for them to lock him up. The local district attorney, which works with the local district attorneys, which work closely with the police departments, were slow to bring criminal cases when they did. The charges largely fell apart. A federal judge said the Oakland Police Department's investigation into its own officers is wholly inadequate. But Harris did not launch her own investigation because she didn't want nothing to do with that. She'd rather investigate the innocent and pin crimes on them that they didn't do. That's what she liked to do. Okay. Hi, L400. The inaction was particularly shameful and hypocritical given her stated comments on fighting trafficking and protecting exploited youth, activists said. We pleaded with her and pressured her to at least investigate. Oh, we already know that she does not listen to constituents. She does not listen to voters. She will listen to illegals, though. Even though they did not vote for her to get her where she is. They have never voted for her to give her where she is. But she will listen to them. But she will not listen to the constituents that voted for her. Which is why I would never trust her word when she sit there. Like, at this point now, this woman, she could... Because I used to say specifically, if she give us reparations, then I will vote for her. But I'm going to be more specific. She would have to give me reparations right now. She would have to give me reparations before Biden. She would have to do something strange with Joe Biden so she could get in his good graces, gooder graces. She would have to do something strange with Joe Biden so she could get our reparations. You better use what you got to get what we need. She would have to do that beforehand before I vote for her, because she has proven to be a fat phase-on lie. She will say anything to get elected, and she never comes through on her campaign promises to the people. Now, I don't know what kind of promises she's making to other people behind closed doors, like Mnuchin. But those promises seem to be going answered. But she's not keeping any promises she's made to us. So I'm going to be more specific. And in order for me to vote for Kamala Harris, you would have to give me my reparations before Joe Biden leaves office. You and Joe Biden will have to work together, because you did it for Asians. Please go look back at some of my videos that I talked about where they signed an executive order for Asian Pacific Islanders, blah, 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 where they gave them money. And the money was to combat domestic violence, which I thought was very interesting, because that is violence between Asian on Asian. And now we got to give them money because they whipping their woman's ass? We got to give them money? But you don't want to give me my reparations? Well, you better get Joe to sign a reparations executive order. And then you could get on the phone and be like, we did it, Joe. Then I will vote for you. But if you're not doing that, I will never even believe, even if you came out your face and said that you was going to do reparations after you got elected, I still wouldn't believe you, because you have a 3,000-mile history of being a big fat phase-on lie. You have a proven history of being a Kama Sutra flip-flopping witch. And since we are talking about the Bay Area, I'm going to say Wiach, since I can't say the other word. Okay? Since we're talking about the West Coast, okay? And the Bay Area. We pleaded with her and pressured her to at least investigate, if not prosecute, some of the local police departments who had killed African-American men and Latino men. Sam Ann Butterfield Wells, a local civil rights lawyer. She ignored us. She ignored us. Okay? This is what she did. She ignores people. Last May. Now this part I put in here because I think it's interesting. This just shows how much of a flip-flopper she is. Because she sits there and acts like, that she's, and here's, an advocate to the LGBT. But then when she get ready to flip-flop, she flip-flop on them too. But, so just listen to this. Last May, Roxana Hernandez, a 33-year-old transgender woman from Honduras who sought asylum in the United States, died while in custody in immigration and customs enforcement. Harris was one of the Democratic senators who has since spotlighted the case, demanding that ICE officials provide answers about how and why she died, and calling the case deeply troubling. Okay? Again, though, she's just asking for them to tell her what happened. She's not asking for any kind of punishment. Okay? As a senator, Harris has introduced bipartisan legislation to reform the money bail system, which traps low-income African Americans in jail on low-level charges simply because they cannot afford the fee that would allow them to await trial. And I'm sure there's a 5,000-year-old genie trick in that as well. As Attorney General, Harris spent years defending malpractices in California's troubled and overcrowded prison system. Her position at the time are at odds with some of her policies as a policy position as a senator. In 2015, Harris's office fought to stop Michelle Lay Noteworthy, a trans woman in California's prison system, from getting gender reassignment surgery. Now, I am not for transsexuals getting gender reassignment surgery on the taxpayer dime. But it's just very interesting to show that how much she lies. She's just a liar all the way around. She's a liar. Like I said, a big fat face on lie. Okay, as top lawyer for the prison system, Harris also defended the use of lengthy solitary confinement despite evidence and the practices causing long-term and severe harm to prisoners. Okay, so for those of us who live in New York, that's basically what we was fighting to get. That happened to Khalif Browder. She would have been with it, just as how New York was with it. In 2008, Harris spent $20,000 on campaign advertising a hotline San Francisco residents should call if they spotted any kids playing hooky during school hours, a local news station reported. The ad campaign targeted 3 historically black and Latin neighborhoods. And I'm going to say right now, there is no such thing as a Latin neighborhood. A Latin neighborhood is nothing but an old black neighborhood that they've put immigrants in. Because they're not putting the Latin neighborhoods in white, whatchamacallits. So I'm just going to call that an extension of the black neighborhood. Okay, let me go scroll down. Oh, wait, I don't think I need to read this. But some advocates said that Harris's policy got the issue backwards. Student truancy was not a problem of bad or neglectful parents, but a system of broader problems within the school system, and I'm gonna say border problems. Hi, Rashay. Within the school system, including chronic underfunding of California public schools. A punitive approach to truancy threatened to fuel the school to prison pipeline, which is what she was trying to do, and make life harder for students missing school because they were homeless after their parents were already caught up in the criminal justice system, which is what she was trying to do. That's why she was fine with Mnuchin costing people, kicking 80,000 people out their homes unjustly. She was cool with that. So she don't mind black people being homeless. She don't want you to own your own home. She don't want you to have a good job. She don't want you to have your records expunged. She don't want you to have a free life. She don't want you to be on this side of the bars. Kwame, I'm gonna upload this to YouTube, okay? She doesn't want you to have any of those things, okay? Joy Nanda, a law professor who runs a youth and justice clinic at the University of California, Los Angeles, said she had been deeply disappointed by Harris' fear-mongering on truancy, which she said completely the opposite of best practices to help students. The way Harris had framed truancy as the individual fault of poor parents, Nanda said, fed into old, ugly stereotypes about poor families and families of color because she doesn't know anything about us. Because she is not us. She only knows the stereotypes because she is not us. Okay, that's the end of that article. Let's head on to the next one. Now we're going to talk about Kevin Cooper. We mentioned Kevin Cooper earlier. But we're going to get to it now. Hold on. Let's wait for it to load. Okay. We may be able to get Kevin Cooper off death row. This is an article written July 11th, 2018. Okay? And at this point, she is a senator now, I believe. And because everybody voted Democrat no matter what, they did not take time to look at her record. They, she had all of these things, or maybe the people who did just were outnumbered by people who didn't. I'm gonna say that, okay? Because I'm definitely sure there was people that was looking at her record, but some of the people that we saw that was looking at her record said they still supported her Senate run. So this is the problem. When people have shown us who they are, we need to believe them. She has literally given black society her behind to kiss. And now what? We're going to kiss her behind and put her in the presidency? No, we're not. No, we're not. And I'm going to explain why we're not going to do it, just in case anybody has any questions on why we're not going to do it. The horror began with the nightmare home invasion and the stabbings of a white family, and was compounded when sheriff's deputies arrested and framed a black man for murder. That's my view. And now, after 35 years, the wheels of justice in California may finally be creaking into motion. I last wrote about the case 2 months ago, and there's a hopeful development. Governor Jerry Brown seems to be moving towards allowing advanced DNA testing that may correct gross injustice abetted by the police office or the police prosecutors, judges, politicians, and journalists. Again, she was willing to take DNA evidence from a cokehead, but she is not willing to take DNA evidence that could exonerate prisoners. Exonerate innocent people. This was a horrific crime. The 1983 mansion-style stabbing murders of Doug, Peggy, and Ryan, both 41. Murders of Doug and Peggy Ryan, both 41, and their 10-year-old daughter, Jessica, and 11-year-old neighbor, Chris Hughes. The Ryans' other child, Josh, had his throat slashed and was left for dead. Josh, who was 8 at the time, initially identified several white people as the killers. Multiple witnesses saw 3 white people after the attack in what was apparently the Ryans' stolen car. And a woman reported to the police that her boyfriend, a white convicted murderer, recently released from prison, appeared to have taken part in the crime. She gave the sheriff's deputies the bloody coveralls he had worn that night, and deputies threw them away. See, this is what I'm talking about when I say that she was picking and choosing what she wanted to prosecute. Somebody asked me earlier today, and I'm going to bring it up again. They said, oh, isn't it her job to prosecute? But she wasn't prosecuting everybody. Instead, deputies arrested Kevin Cooper, a 25-year-old black man, and when they couldn't find his fingerprints or hairs linking him to the crime scene, they began to plant evidence. Or so concluded 5 federal appeals judges. Again, the judges conclude. The judges are telling her that she is wrong. How many times? This is why they said it was an epidemic of prosecutorial misconduct. Cooper was sentenced to death after a trial tainted by open racism. So Cooper has now spent more than 80% of his adult life behind bars for a brutal murder, even though federal judges, law school deans, FBI veterans, and a former president of the American Bar Association say he may well be innocent. See, she only relies on DNA from cokeheads, DNA data from cokeheads, okay? If you're not on coke, then she don't want to stand by the DNA. Yet California officials, including Brown and many others, refused to allow advanced DNA testing, even though Cooper's lawyers would pay for it. I've written about the Cooper's case repeatedly for 8 years, and finally, in May, I wrote what may have been the longest art column in New York Times history, a piece of visual journalism laying out the evidence the San Bernardino County Sheriff's Office frames Cooper, and that the Democratic and Republican politicians alike. See, this is why I say that there's no difference between the two. except for the fact that the Republicans aren't going to let all these illegals over here. San Bernardino Sheriff's Office frames Cooper, and the Democratic and Republican politicians alike later blocked the DNA testing that could have proved Tiff's innocence. So the Democrats and the Republicans together working in unison, like a married couple, like two wings on the same bird. They were working together to make sure that innocent black people stayed in jail. That seemed to break a dam. Okay? Now listen to all the people that had to come out and say something. Pope Francis. Okay? My goodness. The Pope, who's okay with all kinds of pedophilia going on around here, even he sent a letter. He said, well, god dang, this is egregious. Pope Francis sent a letter through his representative to the governor. The Los Angeles Times and the San Francisco Chronicle published editorials calling on Brown to allow the DNA testing. Senator Dianne Feinstein backed the testing, even Dianne Feinstein, as did Senator Kamala Harris, who told me she regretted. So now that she's senator, she's saying that she was with it too. Okay? Who told me she regretted that she had not allowed it when she was California Attorney General, just like how she said that she regretted the fact that black people went to jail for truancy. But then I saw a video of her laughing and giggling and saying how that was basically what she wanted to do. That she didn't realize that was going to be the intended, she didn't realize that was going to be the effect. And I'm going to say that was the intended effect. Senator Dianne Feinstein backed testing as Senator Kamala Harris, who told me she regretted that she had not allowed it when she was California Attorney General. And Kim Kardashian even fired off tweets. Okay? All right, I think that's it on that article. Okay, we getting down to the nitty gritty. Oh, now we're down to Kamala's lineage. Okay, we up to the lineage. Okay, hold on. So we're going to go back to Judge Joe Brown. Because you know he always got the tea.
The Brown boys.
Okay, well we're gonna go to that. We're gonna listen to Judge Joe Brown explain her lineage, and then we're gonna read an article from an Indian from India, a person explaining some of what he's talking about right now. Okay. Hi, Chris. Okay, so let's get started with this.
Speaking about some of the things that you brought to the internet that infamous day.
Yeah, well, it's like this. Oh, we got to go support the sister. We can get a black woman in the White. No, you're not getting one. Her daddy says his entire background is either Caucasian Irish or Caucasian Hindu. His Irish ancestors owned a bunch of slaves, and none of his ancestors were slaves. He has a grandmother who is a dark-skinned Hindu who was a house servant. So where does Kamala get her black ancestry since her mother is classified as a Caucasian Tamil Hindu Brahmin caste?
Now, pause. Because I want to reiterate before we go further into her lineage that even if she is a black woman, or even if she was a black woman, okay, I still would not vote for her, just as I did not vote for Eric Adams, and I will not vote for Eric Adams, and I pray for him to go to jail. Okay? Same thing for her. Okay? Even if she was black, I still wouldn't vote for her. I still would not support her. I do not care. And now we're going to get into the fact that she's not black.
They're dark-skinned, but they're known anthropologically as Indo-Aryan, I-N-D-O hyphen. Same word that the Nazis used to talk about the blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryan supermen from the far north. It was a lie told very long, very loudly, and a lot of people believed it. They still do. Aryan Nation, Aryan Brotherhood, the neo-Nazis. But Aryans look exactly like Kamala Harris. They're swarthy, dark-haired, dark-eyed, and they're classified as Caucasian. So she's got a Caucasian mother, Caucasian dad. Where the hell does she come in being black? And even if her great-grandmother was part black, that's still not enough to make her black in America. She'd still be a typical white person. You want to see what the deal is? If you're white and black, do they call you white? No. They call you black, or that other N-word. If you are Chinese and black, they don't call you Chinese, they call you black. But she's supposed to be Hindu and black, and what do they call her in her own community? Hindu. So, yeah, she's lying. She went all through California being district attorney of San Francisco that Willie brought Hindu. Then she became Attorney General for California, the first Hindu Asian DA, and then she became Senator from California after Soros.
Wait, they said she was wait, in California they said she was Hindu what?
Asian. That's classified as Asian. Hindu. That's from India. So she was an Asian Hindu all through California, and now she's black. She went to Howard. Yes. She's an AKA. Yes. But that doesn't make her black. She grew up in Canada. Her yearbook that you can find online if you want to go spend the time looking it up, in which she published when she had some things going on in California, it says she went from kindergarten through 12th grade in Canada. She lied about being bused in elementary school because she never went to elementary school in San Francisco. She was born in the same hospital in the same 12-month period my ex-wife was, and my ex, now late mother-in-law, was a paternity nurse in the same delivery room where she was born. So, yeah, she comes from that, but her mother was a Hindu, a visiting scholar, and her daddy was a visiting Hindu scholar, also professor. So how does she become, from that background, she becomes a black woman? She's not. She's a fake. She's been faking her whole damn life.
So is this symbolism towards black women because they got a bunch of AKAs saying we get a black woman?
They want to recruit mammies.
Okay.
So the whole deal in slavery, the Democratic Party invented, this methodology because they were this party of slavery. They got chartered first, second decade of the 19th century to spread and protect slavery. And they started the Civil War. They started the Klan, Jim Crow, segregation, separate but equal, supposedly, which didn't turn out that way. All of the racism, all of the racist sheriffs and structure that you had in the South, that was Democratic. And now they turned the same methodology that they used to tame, train, and domesticate and work Negro cattle on their plantations. They've done it so they get the same thing. It's what you do is you never ever let black men lead other black men if you can help it. Always get a black woman to do it. That was a secret that the slave masters had. So they recruit comely wenches to be bed wenches, and if they're good, they move up to the top floor. And when they get gray hair, they make them mammies and put them out to run the colored on the plantation. That's what they're doing. So they fake this. Now, when I had my show when it first started 26 years ago, there were what I thought were two beautiful sisters on staff. One of them was quite dark. And one day when the group of us were having a staff happy hour, one of them said, "Judge, you think we're black women, don't you?" I said, "Aren't you?" She said, "No, we're Hindu." And they gave me a couple of books written by some of their fellows, two guys, who had cut their hair off so you couldn't see how wavy it was. changed the way they dressed, changed their language patterns, and passed for being black, and got, in one case, a scholarship to medical school, got his way paid, and the other one got paid through school, masquerading black Americans. They're not. They're swarthy. They're dark skinned. And you have to understand that, because just because you have color to you does not mean you are black or African American or Afro American or ADOS or whatever. And this woman has absolutely no connection to the black man in America. Now, she's AKA, but so was my mother.
Okay. Okay. So we're going to stop that right there. And now we're going to get to the articles. Okay. Actually, before we get to the articles, there's one more thing I need to tell you. One more thing about her record. One more thing. I almost forgot this. But that Judge Joe Brown was interested with. And then we're going to get into her lineage. Hold on. One more thing. One more thing. I almost forgot. And this is important. Okay. This is super important. Okay. Let's take down Judge. And let's put up my order. Move to the top. Okay.
My skin is black. That's Nina Simone singing right there. Y'all heard that song get sampled by Jay-Z in the story of OJ. But you know that Nina Simone's daughter and granddaughter and family did not get the royalties to that. Neither did they have any say-so in Nina Simone's documentary in her movie, because Kamala Harris in 2013, do you know that she took Nina Simone's estate from her daughter, from her granddaughter? Yeah.
Malia?
Same Kamala Harris that we all see running on the sister girl this, sister girl that. In 2013, she charged Nina Simone's daughter with improper use of funds of Miss Nina Simone's estate. And it's alleged that her daughter used $2 million, around $2 million for personal reasons. Kamala Harris's Attorney General office came in and they took the estate by fining Nina Simone's daughter over $6 million in penalty fees for what she did, or what they alleged that she did. And instead of going around and working with her, instead of finding a way and saying, hey, pay restitution, she took the estate of Miss Nina Simone and gave it to white people. And yes, so the estate of one of the most pro-black, downright strong for black American sisters estate is being run by white people because of Kamala Harris. They went so far as, if you guys saw Nina Simone's movie, do you remember the big uproar that they had over Zoe Saldana playing Nina Simone? Yeah, that was done by the people that took over the estate after Kamala Harris assigned it to them. Does this woman on screen look like this woman on screen? Does Zoe Saldana look anything like Nina Simone?
You all the videos and the articles.
So no, the family did not get to benefit from the movie, and this was all done just before her movie was released, and they started to re-release a lot of Nina Simone.
I feel loyalty to the people that are connected with me on Instagram, because that's where I got my
start. Yeah, right when it came time to produce and to really reintroduce Nina Simone back to the world, Kamala Harris took
on Instagram.
The estate
it's just
from
not
her
enough
daughter.
Time to get into something like this. We've been doing this for a minute now.
So that is just a little bit of a eye peek into who she is. She's someone who runs black, talks black when it's convenient, but when it's time to, she attacks black.
attacks.
And Kamala Harris has a long history here in California of targeting black people to attack. This is just one of many cases. You're going to find out more from me. In the meantime, I'm DeJuan B. Y'all stay tuned for more Kamala Harris facts as we move forward in this election season.
I love DeJuan B. I follow him. His extensive knowledge on music is just like, because I grew up in a household that, just played a lot of gospel. So I didn't get, a lot of older music. Although now I'm finding out that my mom was a fan of such things. But she didn't play it in the house, child. She was playing that gospel. I know Helen Baylor. Okay, I know Fred Hammond. Okay. That's what we was listening to in the house. That's what my mama was listening to. So, but he breaks down the music facts and everything like that. I love it. I love it because it's a way for me to learn. And then I go back and I ask my mom questions, and then she tells me who she actually used to listen to. You know what I mean? So, anyway, let's get back to the article. But that's DeJuan B. Make sure you. Oh my goodness gracious! Did it just mess up my article? Hold on. What the heck just happened? Hold on. Can we read this one? This wasn't on the list. Okay, this is the one we're supposed to be reading right here. Okay, here we go. Okay, so this is called Kamala Harris's Journey from Brahmin to Blackhood is the Rarest of Rare. Okay, now remember what Judge Joe Brown just told us, okay? We're going to skip down just to the important parts. The transformation of an Indian Brahmin to Blackhood in a country known for racial discrimination is a rarest of rare occurrence. Indian Brahmin men, let alone women, for a long time in history refused to travel across the seas because it was considered ritual pollution. It took a court order in 1910 for Balsara, a Parsi from India, who had migrated to the U.S. to become a naturalized citizen. The court had noted that Parsi being white could be granted the right to citizenship. Before Balsara, some Sikhs had migrated to the Americas as laborers and for decades worked as unlawful migrant laborers without getting citizenship. Around 1913, A.K. Mazumdar became the first Daija with an Aryan racial heritage to attain U.S. citizenship. So you see what Judge Joe Brown was talking about. Hi, Ghost. That was also through a court order. In the court, this name is so hard for me. Mazumdar argued that he was an Aryan by race, hence an equal to Caucasian, American, white race. The judge agreed with that argument. Back then, Americans' racism was deep as an Indian caste system. So where her family came from, they are racist over there. Kamala Harris's grandfather, P.V. Goplin, came from a conservative Tamil Brahmin family. That's exactly what Judge Joe Brown said. Okay, the migration of middle-class English-educated Brahmins began as a protest against Periyar Ramasamy Nayak's anti-Brahmin movement in the 1940s and 50s. In the 1950s and 60s, very few Indians who migrated to America for higher studies settled there. Okay? So we don't even need to get into that. I just wanted to go into the part about them being fighting to be white in this country, fighting to be considered as white. They were fighting, they were letting everybody know that they are the real Aryans, okay? So they were fighting for white status. So these people are not black, even though she has a little, they don't want to be black, and we should not be begging any friends. If they don't want to be black, don't let them be black. They want to be white, let them be white. You can't flippy floppy. Like this is the Kama Sutra. No, ma'am. You have to pick a side. You know why? Because I don't get to flip flop. That's part of being black, as being unable to flippy flop. Okay? After the 2019 Lok Sabha election, the Modi government moves on internal and foreign policy issues have pushed India into crisis. The economy is in its worst shape, and it depends on how the Modi government repositions itself on human rights issues. Kamala Harris may not be lenient just because she is of Indian origin. Okay? So he trying to let you know. That's her own people telling you that she ain't gonna like y'all Negroes, okay? She's not gonna like you. Okay, just because don't get it twisted, because she don't like the dark Indians over here in India. Her family don't like us. Okay? That's what they letting you know. All right, so we're gonna get into another article. And this one, well, actually, we're going to show a little video first, and then we'll get into the article. Okay? This video, let me get to it. Let me get to it, honey, because this is going to be a good one. And let's see, turn on this. Let's bring it up. Here she is.
So here's what I want to know. Okay. Is it respectful to call, I should be calling you Senator.
Pause it, and it started from the beginning. Okay. All right, let's go.
So here's what I want to know. Okay. Is it respectful to call, I should be calling you Senator Harris, right?
No, you should not. That's not on my birth certificate.
Okay.
Comma?
Yes. Okay, because the Indian in me, I feel like my parents, my dad will watch.
Just don't call me auntie.
Okay. I won't call you auntie. They'll be like, how could you call her by her first name? She's worked so hard. Okay, so what we're going to cook today is an Indian recipe. Yes. Because you are Indian.
Yeah.
Okay, and I don't know that everybody knows that, but I find that wherever I go and I see Indian people at the supermarket, on the street, everyone's like, you know, Kamala Harris is Indian, right? It's like our thing we're so excited about to have you running for president. Yeah. So we're both Indian, but actually we're both South Indian.
Yes. You look like the entire one half of my family.
Okay, thank you.
You do.
I've been telling people we're related already, so this is perfect. It's basically true. And so, were you raised eating South Indian food?
South Indian food. Lots of rice and yogurt, potato curry, dal, lots of dal, idli.
Yes, idli. That's a deep cut. Okay, so what we're cooking today is two things. One of the South Indian staples is dosa, which is kind of like...
Okay, so you see how comfortable she was and how uncomfortable she is when she be talking about collard greens, talking about how she washing collard greens in a tub. First of all, that must be an Indian thing, because we don't take food into the bathroom. And we see them videos coming down to India, how y'all deal with food. Y'all be sitting on the floor, food all on your feet. You be sitting there taking your feet, making food. No one's washing their hands. There's flies, there's bugs. There's spit, there's everything going on. That's why you think it's okay to wash collard greens in the bathtub. But let me tell you something about Black American culture. We do not do anything that has to deal with food in the bathroom. The most you might get is if you have one of those luxurious bathrooms and you are chilling in a bubble bath with maybe a glass of something, okay? But that is as far as it goes when it comes to food in the bathroom. We do not do food in the bathroom. Why? Because we have running kitchen sinks. Why the hell would we wash collard greens in the bathroom? If we got to wash 2 or 3 times or 2 or 3 different batches, we would rather do that than go take the collard greens and put them in the bathtub where we wash our behinds. We do not wash food in the same area that we wash our behinds. Do you understand that? I don't think you do, because that is not your culture. That is not your heritage. Y'all be doing all kind of weird stuff with the food. We see. Okay? So, but you see how comfortable she is talking about all the Indian dishes and everything. She ain't that comfortable when she's talking about black stuff. She looks uncomfortable, awkward, and weird, like you just found out about it yesterday. Okay? Now, the next article I'm going to read is actually about the same young lady that was in that video. This is about her brother. which I found fascinating. I found this article extremely fascinating. Hold on, where is it? We're going to go to the brother first. Right here. Okay, let it load. Okay, hold on a second. All right, okay. So this is Mindy Kaling's brother. He says, I faked being black to get into medical school. Now, here they show a picture of him, and I'm going to let you know that he thinks that he fakes being black. He thinks that he tricked white people. And I'm going to let you know that he didn't trick anybody. Everybody knew who he was. Everybody knew that he was cosplaying. They could look at, let me tell you something. I have a friend, right? I had a friend when I lived in California for a little bit. I lived in California for like a year or two. And when I lived in California, I had a friend who her mother was half black and half white, and her father was Filipino. So my friend, she looked like Filipino. She looked Filipino. But she was a little darker, and not darker all the time. She just tanned more than a regular Filipino, right? And her hair had waves in it, not kink, not curl, wave. Okay, when it gets wet. Okay. So I say all this. I just want to explain to you how not black she looked. Okay. And her mother just looked like a light-skinned black woman, but she was mixed as well. She was mixed with black and white, and she considered herself a black woman. She was black, whatever, right? But the daughter, which is my friend, she did not look black. And I remember her telling me a story about her going over. She dated white boys. She had a date with a particular white boy, and I think he brought her home for dinner, and his grandmother told him to get that N-word out my house. And when she told me the story, I was like shocked. I said, how did she know that you was a Negro? How did she know? Like, because you don't look black. Like, if I walk in the room, you know I'm a Negro. But when she walk in the room, you not quite sure what you looking at, right? I mean, you know she's Asian because she looks Asian. And then, but when she tans or whatever, it's like you don't really know what you're looking at. So when I tell you that these white folks know, so he thought he was getting over. He thought that he was lying. They were just very happy to give a seat to somebody who was willing to lie to get in, because they know that if he's willing to lie about his blackness here, they will then be able to use that against black society. And that's exactly what he did, because now he's claiming that affirmative action is what got him into medical school. And like I said, honey, they knew you wasn't fooling nobody. They knew who you was. Hi, Candy. They knew who you was, boo-boo. Okay, you ain't fooling nobody talking about he look completely different. He don't look different. Let me read a little bit of this. On his website, Almost Black, Chokum says he hatched a plan in 1998 after realizing that in college that his grades weren't going to be good enough to get into med school as an Indian American. So I shaved my head and trimmed my long Indian eyelashes and applied to medical school as a black man. He wrote on the website, my change in appearance was so startling. This right here. It was so startling. Get out of here, yo. Was so startling that my own fraternity brothers didn't recognize me at first. Lies. I'm calling BS on that. I'm calling BS on that. He joined an organization for black students, okay? Just like Kamala, he joined an organization for black students and applied to schools using his middle name, okay? So they have long been cosplaying as us so they could be accepted into spaces where they wouldn't be accepted as an Indian American, or that they have a better chance of being accepted because white supremacists know that they can now use them against black society. Because if you're willing to lie about your heritage and where you're from just to get into school, they know that you're willing to lie and do something against black society. They know this. So they know that these behaviors go hand in hand. The plan had some drawbacks. I don't even need to read the rest of this article. I've already proven my goddamn point. Okay? So we're going to go on. Now, this is an article. This is an article that her dad wrote. And I'm not going to read the whole thing. I'm only going to read certain excerpts from this article. Okay, let me wait for it to... No, that's not the one. What's this now? Oh, yes. When we were talking about yes. So here's we're going to play this video real quick. So this is Kamala Harris with her awkward self talking to black people. Hold on one second.
Too far from where I started from. Nobody told me that the road would be easy. I don't believe he brought me this far to leave me.
You all helped us win in 2020, and we're going to do it again in 2024.
That's enough of that. That's enough of that. Okay? So again, she wasn't awkward like that when she was talking to, what's her name? Melina, whatever her name is, I don't care. The Indian girl. She wasn't awkward like that when she was talking to her. But when she talks about us or to us, she sounds awkward as hell because she's sitting there trying to pretend to be something that she's not. And thank you, Thorough Black Talk, for that link right there. Because I definitely got that off her Instagram page. Okay. Oh, where is the article? Oh, there's something missing. Oh, here it is. Okay. I had it in the wrong order, child. Okay, so we're just going to read a couple excerpts. On a summer evening in 1978, Donald Harris took two of his daughters to the Creek Theater in Berkeley, California, to their first concert. Okay, so this is the type of things that she did with her family. So when she sits there and she's talking about all these records that she bought and everything, because it reminds her of her childhood. Let's talk about where she was really doing during her childhood. Okay. Kamala, the girl who would become vice president, was the eldest at 13. She watched Bob Marley and the Wailers sing and sway at the outdoor arena on the campus of the University California of Berkeley. She found herself mesmerized. And, I'm not like Bob Marley is a wonderful artist. I'm not sitting here saying that he isn't. But don't sit here and lie and act like you know anything about our culture, because you don't. You did not grow up listening to our culture. You grew up listening to yours, which is not the same as mine. Okay? Now, I thought this part was really interesting. So after her dad, this is about her dad, after retiring from Stanford in 1998, he moved to D.C. Did y'all know he lived in the States right now? That's interesting. He moved to D.C. and consults with agencies such as the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank on economic issues in the Caribbean. He working with the World Bank. I don't know any good that come out of that. And how's the economy in Jamaica going for black people? How's the economy in Jamaica going for black people, okay? Her fluency in the culture still tends to surprise some. Which culture? Let's talk about it. In 2018, months before she would announce her own presidential campaign, a group of prominent Jamaicans and Jamaican Americans in South Florida gathered to greet her on a private fundraiser for the then Senator Nelson, Democratic of Florida, in downtown Miami. They all had admired her political career. Oh, they admired the fact that she was locking up black people. That's interesting. Okay. They all had admired her political career, but they still had questions about her comfort with the culture. The word Jamaica isn't even cited as a key word in the index of her memoir. At the end of the fundraiser, the group gathered to ask questions. Harris told them her family came from Brownstown. Okay, keep that in mind for all of us non-Jamaicans, because we don't know what that means, but keep that name in mind, Brownstown. And that she has relatives in St. Ann's Bay. Winston Barnes, the city commissioner for the Miramar, thickened his Jamaican accent to see if she could keep up. Okay? What you know about St. Anne, he recalled asking her. To his surprise, Harris switched into a patois inflection. Okay? Something I'm sure she's more comfortable with than when she tried to put on that fake Southern accent that was booty. To his surprise, she switched to patois inflection. She said, "How you mean?" She responded. "I know they're from growing up." And then she began to tell the stories about her adventures with her father. He said, "That's what I needed to hear." Barnes reflected, "She's one of us." And let me tell you this. I'm not surprised that that's all it takes to win some people over. Okay? Because I'm on social media and I see how people are excited when anybody who's not Black American can do anything remotely Jamaican. If a white person can take jerk sauce, you guys are praising them. That is so wonderful that she is partaking in the culture and you know, she is doing all this. That is wonderful. When they sit there with their offbeat dance moves, trying to imitate your dance moves and your culture, y'all give them a round of applause. Oh, that was beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Oh, that was wonderful. Y'all just sit there and give them all kinds of passes. You know what I'm saying? Y'all are so ecstatic when somebody knows a couple lyrics to your songs. Oh my God, they know Jamaican culture. Y'all are so impressed when somebody could, you know, kind of sing along and dance along or go to your parties. Y'all sit there and give them all kinds of accolades for mediocre behavior. We're not doing that here. Y'all can leave that in Jamaica, and if y'all like her so much, take her back to Jamaica and let her be the prime minister over there. Let her ruin your homeland. She will not come here and ruin things for us in our homeland. Okay? Y'all take her back to Jamaica or take her back to India. I don't give a gosh darn. We don't want her. Okay? And the buck stops here. Okay? Now, this is going to be the juicy part. Yes. Okay. Now, remember Judge Joe Brown talked about her father, her great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. Okay, people has been going around about her great-great-grandfather being a slave owner. Let's talk about him, okay? Hamilton Brown, born 1775 to 1843, was a despicable fellow, says this article. This is written in the Jamaican The Gleaner. Okay, this was written July 26, 2024. He came to Jamaica in 1796 to work as a bookkeeper. Matter of fact, I'm just going to go to the next article, which is also in the same publication. Okay. Hi, Black Honcho. This was also in the same publication, but this one has just a little bit more teeth to it. Okay. Hamilton Brown, 1775, was a despicable fellow. Oh, no, that's not the one. Where is it? Here it is. I had it there twice. Let's get to this one right here. Hamilton Brown, 1776 to 18 September 1843, was an Irish-born sugar planter and slave owner in St. Ann Parish, Jamaica, which he represented in the House of Assembly of Jamaica for 22 years. He gave his name to Hamilton Town as the parish of St. Ann, now Brownstown, which he founded. Hamilton Brown might also be the great-great-great-grandfather of United States Vice President and presidential candidate Kamala Harris. This is according to an article her father Donald published in the Jamaica Global. Hamilton Brown was born in 1776 to an Ulster Scots Presbyterian family in County Antrim, Ireland. A plantation in St. Ann Parish, James Hackwell, 1820, Brown began his career as an estate bookkeeper, but acquired significant land holdings and agricultural interests in the colony of Jamaica. He was a pen keeper, cattle breeder, and responsible for a large cattle fair held on Pedro Plains in St. Elizabeth Parish in 1829. He also grew sugar and owned the Atrium, the Colliston, Greer Park, and Manard plantations, all in St. Ann, as well as having interest in numerous others, meaning money. He gave his name to Brownstown, originally known as Hamilton Town, in St. Ann, because you know how white folks like to rename everything in their image. Okay, so whichever white man names it Hamilton Town, he said, oh, no, we got to change that to my name, which he founded. And in 1805, he paid for the construction of the original St. Mark's Anglican Church in Brownstown. He was a member of the House Assembly of Jamaica in 1820 and represented St. Ann's Parish in that assembly for 22 years. In 1832, he met Henry Whiteley on his trip to Jamaica, whom he argued that Jamaican slaves were better off than the poor of England, and therefore the British government should not interfere with the way Jamaican planters managed their slaves. See, the British was about to end slavery, and he was like, oh, no. He wanted to make sure that black people in Jamaica, this is Kamala's lineage. Doesn't it make sense now? Everything that we have went through, everything that she has done, this is in her blood on both sides of her family. On the Indian side, they have a caste system, and they argue that they have Aryan blood and that they are Caucasian. And then on her Jamaican side, she is a descendant of white slave owners who fought the British to keep slavery. Okay, let's keep going. Whitley went on to witness harsh and arbitrary whipping of slaves at the plantations that he visited during his stay. So her ancestor was harsh and arbitrarily whipping black people. Okay. According to the legacies of the British slave ownership at the University College of London, Brown was awarded a payment as a slave trader in the aftermath of the Slavery Abolition Act in 1833 with the Slave Compensation Act of 1837. The British government took, let's just stop right there. So not only were her white Irish ancestors, let's just put Irish. Not only were her Irish ancestors slave owners, and not only did they fight against the freedom of said slaves, said black slaves, When they were freed, they were awarded reparations from the British government. While she sit there and tell black people that they don't deserve reparations. But her family got reparations for slavery. You cannot make this stuff up. The British government took out a 15 million pound loan worth 1.4 billion pounds in 2020 with interest from Nathan Meyer Rothschild and Moses Montefiore, which was subsequently paid by the British taxpayers, ending in 2015. Brown was a prolific slave owner in the context of Jamaican society and was associated with a large number of claims, 25 in total. He owned 1,120 slaves. He owned 1,120 slaves. Now imagine that on the island of Jamaica at that time with the population being what it was. Jamaica didn't have anywhere near as many people as it has now, but he had 1,000 slaves, over 1,000 slaves. Most of them on sugar plantations in St. Anne's Parish, and received 24,000 pounds, equivalent to 2.3 million in 2020 payment at the time. So he got $2.3 million in reparations while she sit up there and fix her face to tell black Americans that she not going to do something for us. Her family literally came up. They were slave owners, and then they came up after the freedom of those same slaves. Brown was actively trying to recruit. Hold on. Yes. Brown was acting now. This to add insult to industry. Why can't I say that tonight? Because it's late. That's why. To add insult to injury, Brown was active in trying to recruit Irish people to work in Jamaica. In December 1835, 121 people from Ballymoney, Antrim, set off from Belfast for Jamaica on the James Ray, a brig owned by Brown. They settled in St. Anne. In 1836, he brought a further 185 Irish people to St. Anne. Okay? An effort by planters in 1840 to encourage large-scale Irish migration to Jamaica to settle lands that might otherwise be occupied by newly freed slaves. So to make sure that the newly freed slaves didn't get any land, he started importing immigrants. Sound like Kamala Harris? She sat there and was cool with Mnuchin getting 88,000 people out of their homes, and then she's okaying illegals to come over here. This is an old tactic that she got from her great-great-great-great-great-grandfather. In an effort by planters in 1840 to encourage large-scale Irish migration to Jamaica to settle lands that might otherwise be occupied by newly freed slaves. But his complete plan failed because after he brought in 120 people and then again 185 people, it failed because the Irish people did not trust Brown, and they thought that he was going to make slaves out of them. Now I wonder why they thought that. Because they knew his character. So that ends all the articles that I have to read for today. I am done. I just want to end this by saying this, okay? D.L. Hughley has gone viral lately for for crying and saying that he's going to do everything he can to get black people to vote for Kamala Harris. And I'm going to say this. D.L. Hughley, I'm not even going to say respectfully. I'm going to say, you have proven to me, I've been paying attention to some of the things that have come out about you, and you have proven to me that you will sell anybody out. When your daughter, and this is what you said, when your daughter came to you and told you that she had been molested or SA'd by your friend, you did not believe her. You called your own daughter a liar. You said that you deeply regret that. So it does not surprise me that you are now willing to serve up the black community on a platter to Kamala Harris, just as you served up your own daughter. You didn't protect your own daughter, someone that came from your loins. I don't know how your wife stands you, because it would be hard for me to respect and follow the leadership of a man who would allow our daughter to be molested and you not do nothing. That would be hard for me. But I guess your wife is okay with it because y'all still together. But just because she's okay with it doesn't mean that the rest of the black community is blind like her. I heard Dewan B say that you only recently learned to read. And I'm going to say, DL, sit down. This is not your area of expertise. And you know how the white supremacists like to tell black basketball players to shut up and dribble? You shut up and tell jokes. Politics is not your arena. Politics is not your arena. You could barely read. And like I said, and you have already proven that you will serve up your own family members for assault. So we will not be listening to you or any of your crying brethren who are willing to serve us up on the platter. And let me leave this by saying this. You know, Kamala Harris, I have proven here tonight by her 3,000-mile track record that Kamala Harris is an open enemy to black society. We will not be voting for you, even if you were black. But I've even proven that you ain't even black. So that is the end. I hope you enjoyed it. I will be posting all the links. Please, please, please feel free to read these articles on your own. Read them in their entirety. And when people tell you why you not voted for Kamala Harris, send them this video. And on that note, I'm out. This is my new hand cream. I wanted to make a hand cream because, one, I heard that men look at your hands to determine your age. And I can't have my hands aging prematurely. And after the pandemic, baby, I was using 90% alcohol to sanitize my hands, and I was not using no moisturizer after. So that took a toll on my hands, okay? Then add on top of it, I was getting gel nail polish, which I knew from the beginning I should have never got gel nail polish. I just had a bad feeling about those UV lights, and I knew I shouldn't have got them. But anyway, I noticed that my hands was looking kind of old. And I wanted to figure out how could I get my hands back to where they was before the pandemic, okay? And so I made this hand cream. I'm really, really proud of it. So I wanted to make a hand cream that can help with that, right? So the hand cream, it has a lot of castor oil in it because castor oil is really good for your joints and stuff like that. Let's try to fight that arthritis before it even comes, okay? And it also has a little bit of turmeric in it. You know, turmeric is gonna help lighten up those joints, okay? Because I don't think we notice, like, over time how much your knuckles and things like that suffer from hyperpigmentation, and that really ages, you know, a black woman's hands, okay? So I put a little turmeric in there to help with that. And as you can see, when you first put it on, it really, really like soaks into your skin. You can feel it. Like, it's not sitting on top, it's going inside your skin. And by the end of this commercial, it's not going to be as greasy, okay? Because the grease is going to kind of dry up. But in the beginning, it gives you that nice glide, okay? It has a lot of hyaluronic acid in it. So that's going to help plump your skin up and, you know, make it look younger, okay? Just so you know, like, this really is a labor of love. Like, I really do make this, like, make it myself, like, stirring it up, making myself, okay? I really do make this. And then, like, I searched all over for the perfect bottles for it. I love this bottle. Don't you love these bottles? I love this bottle. I designed the labels, okay, front and back, okay? I designed the labels on my computer, all right? So when I tell you, like, this really is a labor of love, when you support Even Melanin, just know all the products are like that. I have a mentor that I go to guide me and to keep me from ODing because I'm that type of person. I want to put it all on my face, you know what I mean? To keep me from ODing and doing too much. But for the most part, I'm making all of these products and formulating them myself and finding the bottles and getting the labels. It really is a labor of love. So when you support evenmelanin.com, you're supporting me. You're supporting me. And y'all already know I wouldn't promote any BS, and I'm not going to make any BS, okay? This really works. I love it, so I know you'll love it too. Another reason why I wanted to make my own hand cream is that once I would put on other hand creams and I would touch my face, then my face would break out. And that's something else I really, really like about this, is that, you know, it isn't too greasy or too much that after, you know, it dries up a little bit that I can't touch my face. You know, I'm real picky about things like that. So try my hand cream. I know you will love it. You can get it at evenmelanin.com. It is called Timeless Hands. Yes, okay. It's called, I thought of the name myself, okay? It's called Timeless Hands. So go to evenmelanin.com and check me out. Like, I got a bunch of stuff. I got like face scrubs, body scrubs. I got a moisturizer that, you know, gives you that glow, glass skin. You want to talk about glass skin, baby? Check out Even Melanin for that glass skin, okay? I got cleansers and masks and everything, okay? But today we talking about the hand cream. So go check out this Timeless Hands by evenmelanin.com. Made by me. Who else?